Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Tuesday, March 17th, 7:37 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in, I don't know what town I'm in. Let me zoom out on the map here and see. West Point? I think I'm in the town of West Point. West Point, Nebraska, off of highway, it's highway 275. Just about to take off. I got a 38-mile drive to the Menards in Fremont, Nebraska, and it is cold outside. Let's check and see if the tires roll. All right, the tires are rolling. When I let off the throttle, no throttle, I'm rolling backwards. All right, so now let's do service brakes. Service brakes are good. So if you watched the video, not yesterday, but I think it was the day before, I had an issue of my service brake line on the trailer was disconnected throughout most of my drive, almost all of my drive on Sunday. And I have no idea how that happened. Did it pull like whenever I was taking a sharp turn, or did some asshole at the truck stop pull it because they don't like Landstar, or they thought that I was another driver, or maybe somebody thought that I cut them off or something. I don't know. But normally that wouldn't be an issue because almost every time I start driving, I do a service brake tug test like I just did. You know, on top of my pre-trip inspection, one of the things I almost always do is I think they call it a Johnson bar. I have a service brake. I have a separate service brake, and I'll pull my trailer brakes, my trailer service brakes. I'm just trying to judge the speed of this truck behind me. There's a truck in the right lane, and I was going to move over into the right lane, but they seem to be trying to pass me in the right lane, so I'm just trying to keep an eye on them. I don't want to pull over in front of somebody that's trying to... Ooh, man, that car almost caused a three-way wreck right there, cutting in between cars. All right, the truck behind me seems to be just chilling back there, so I'm going to go ahead and move over. And it's a good thing I just did because there's a whole bunch of left turn traffic here. But I didn't do a service brake test. The one time, that's the first time that has ever happened to me. And it's one of the very few times that I did not do a service brake tug test. Why did I not do a service brake tug test that at the beginning of that drive shift? because that's normally part of my routine. The reason I did not do it is because I was parked on snow and ice. Whenever I'm parked on snow and ice, I don't do a service brake tug test. It's pointless. I'll just drag the tires across the snow and ice. I can actually damage the tires doing a service brake tug test on a slick surface like that, because the tires will just slide. So, I mean, there's no one to blame but myself for not doing due diligence on a proper pre-trip inspection. I screwed up. It's still bugging me, though. The only thing I can think of is that somebody pulled the line. And I just can't imagine why somebody would do that. If somebody pulls your emergency line, your red line, then they're just being an asshole. If they pull your blue line, they're trying to kill you. They're trying to, especially when you're driving on snow and ice, that is like intent to harm you. Because the reason someone would pull your blue line instead of your red line is because if they pull your red line, you can't go anywhere. You're going to figure that out before you leave. But if they pull your blue line, then most drivers are going to drive away and not even know that their trailer brakes aren't connected. And you're going to be driving on snow and ice with only half your braking system, and you're going to have a really bad air leak. It's dangerous. So, if somebody's trying to harm you by tampering with your vehicle, then they'll pull your blue line. If they want to just, tell you to screw off or something, then they'll pull your red line. If they're not intending you harm, they just want to be a dick, they'll pull your red line. But if they're intending you harm, they'll pull your blue line instead of your red line. So anyway, yeah, I'm probably going to be stressing out about that for weeks. It is cold outside. I thought it was supposed to warm up today. It's not until tomorrow that it's supposed to warm up. Today is barely going to get above freezing. I think the high today is supposed to be like 34 or something. Tomorrow, it's supposed to be 70 degrees in Omaha. So everything is freezing up. It was 10 degrees. Like right now, it's 10 degrees outside. And to give you an idea what the temperatures have been like for the last 3 days, on Sunday, whenever I started driving, I couldn't open my door. I had to sit here and ram my door with my shoulder for about 2 minutes to be able to pop my door open because it was frozen closed. This morning when I was doing my pre-trip inspection, to get my tire thumper out of my side compartment was frozen. The door was frozen shut. And that's a pain in the butt to get open when it's frozen shut, because I have to pull on a cable from inside the truck, from the driver door area, and then I have to pull on the door with the other hand, so my arms are stretched out. I can't get a lot of leverage on that side door because I'm having to pull on two things at once. So it took me like 30 seconds to pry open that side door. Because it was frozen closed. I like the cold temperatures. I just don't like all the drama that comes with it. I prefer cold over hot, but when you start getting into cold temperatures, things just stop working correctly. They start freezing, metal gets brittle, things start breaking. Fuel starts freezing up. Your fuel mileage drops down. Speaking of fuel prices, well, my fuel price did not change overnight, which is absolutely bonkers. I think that there's a lot of people just living in disbelief right now. I think a lot of people don't understand how bad the Strait of Hormuz being shut down is. I think that there's just a lot of hopium in the world right now. So live it up while you can. I know the fuel prices look like they're crazy high right now, but if this war drags on for months and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the fuel prices right now are going to look cheap in a couple months. So let's talk about the scheduling on this load. First of all, if you ever do one of these loads, you're going to have to do your own route. The way that they route these is incredibly inefficient. Give you an example. Right now, I'm delivering to Fremont, just northwest of Omaha, and then Elkhorn, which is also just a little northwest of Omaha. And then I have 2 Omaha deliveries and a Bellevue delivery. The Bellevue delivery, Bellevue is just like the south side of Omaha. The 2 Omaha deliveries that I have, they have them backwards in the delivery order. They have me going to like central Omaha first, and then delivering to an Omaha store that's right next to Elkhorn. So you need to pay attention and take a look at where these things are at before you do the deliveries. Otherwise, you're just going to end up driving in circles because they don't do a really good job of route planning these deliveries. So my plan is to deliver Fremont, Elkhorn, the 2 Home Depots in Omaha, and then I'm going to top off fuel at the TA in, it's either East Omaha or it's in Council Bluffs, Iowa. I don't know. Like, it's right on the border. It's right on the state line. After I top off fuel, then I'm going to go down and do the Bellevue delivery, and then I'm going to drive to Lincoln. And I have 2 deliveries in Lincoln, a Menards and a Lowe's. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the Lowe's by 4 p.m. Lowe's stops their shipping and receiving at 4 p.m. And I don't think that I can get there by 4 p.m. Just a second here. It looks like we're intersecting with some state road or highway. There's a big truck trying to make a left turn across the highway. Just keeping an eye on them, making sure they don't pull out in front of me. Oh, the speed limit's up to 70 now. Google's telling me the speed limit is 65. All right, resetting my cruise up to 70. So yeah, I think I'm going to be stuck at the Lowe's overnight tonight. Then I'm going to have to deliver to that Lowe's whenever they open up at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. I think that's what's going to end up happening today, is I'm going to get all the deliveries done except that Lowe's, and then I'm going to have to camp out at Lowe's overnight. And then tomorrow is probably just going to be it's going to be a driving day. I'm going to do probably almost no deliveries tomorrow. I'll do that Lowe's delivery in the morning, and then I have to drive to Garden City, Kansas, which is a really long drive. I don't know how many miles it is. Probably around 400 miles. And then from Garden City, Kansas, I have to drive to Wichita, which is about 150 to 200 miles, depending on the route that I take. So tomorrow, at most, I'll be doing 2 deliveries. I'll be doing the Lowe's in Lincoln and the Garden City delivery. And then Thursday, I should be able to finish the deliveries across Kansas. I should be able to do all the Wichita, Salina, Manhattan, Lawrence, Topeka, and Kansas City deliveries on Thursday. And I probably won't be able to make it home. I'm definitely not going to be able to make it home Thursday. I'll probably be home on Friday. Now, there is still a very, very small possibility that I can rearrange the load, because, like I said earlier, they do a terrible job of routing these deliveries, and there's only so much that I can do in changing the route because of the way the trailer's loaded. I can't just go any route that I want to. Whenever I did my very first load, I asked them, because the way they did the route, it was bad, and I asked them, hey, can I, deliver to Tulsa instead of, can I deliver out of the order that you give me? And they're like, oh, yeah, you can deliver in any order you want. They make sure that they keep a walkway down the center so that you can access windows from anywhere. And that is not true. You cannot access, they load the windows to the point where you can't walk all the way to the front of the trailer. You can't. The windows are basically stacked up against each other to the point where you can't walk down the middle, and almost all the windows are double stacked on top of each other. So, you have to completely reload the trailer to be able to change your route. And it takes them like a week to load these trailers, to put it into some kind of context as to how difficult it is to rearrange these trailers. If it were just maybe 50 windows, then I would rearrange the trailer. But right now it's not looking like it's feasible for me to adjust my route, because what I would prefer to do is, after I deliver to Omaha and Lincoln, I would prefer to go down to Kansas City and then make my way across Kansas toward Garden City instead of going straight to Garden City. It doesn't make any sense. I'm driving an extra 300 to 400 miles the way that they have it routed. It's basically going to take me a day longer and use a quarter to a half a tank of fuel more going the route that they want me to go. But I'm kind of stuck on it. I looked at the deliveries last night and tried to think if it was possible for me to rearrange the trailer, and I don't think it's possible. So let me explain why. So across Omaha and Lincoln, I'm not delivering a whole lot of windows. I'm delivering maybe 100 windows across all of Omaha and Lincoln. So I'm only going to be removing about 100 windows from the trailer. And the trailer is still pretty full. I haven't delivered a whole lot of windows up to this point. Almost all of my deliveries are in the Wichita area. Like one single delivery in Wichita is 46 windows. Almost all of my Wichita deliveries are big deliveries. So I'm delivering like 300 windows or more in just central Kansas, Wichita and Salina and Hutchins, Kansas. Just right there in central Kansas is almost half my trailer. And for me to get to the Kansas City load, I'm delivering around 25 windows in the Kansas City area. I'm delivering hardly anything across the Kansas City area. So there's like 25 windows up in the very front that I need to be able to get to. And there are approximately 300 windows in front of them that I would have to move to be able to get to those 25 windows to be able to do Kansas City before central Kansas. And I just don't think it's going to be possible. I don't even know if I have enough room in the trailer to reorganize the trailer. I would need a lot of space to be able to down stack windows and move the stacks around. Just a second here, there's some four-wheeler loitering along my left. I don't know why cars do this. They fly up on me, and then when they get alongside me, they just sit there. I think they're watching me in the mirror or something. So yeah, it looks like I'm stuck with the really terrible route that they gave me. I've been able to make some adjustments to it. Like I'm going to do the Omaha deliveries in a different order. I was able to deliver to Hastings already. Hastings is supposed to be my last delivery in Nebraska, but I was able to knock that out while I was driving across because that one window I was delivering to Hastings was at the very back of the trailer. So I was able to get to it. So now I don't have to drive all the way over to Hastings before I head down to Garden City. I can just take that nice divided highway down from 80 to 70 instead of taking bi-directional roads the way that they had me routed. Now, speaking of frozen brakes, Wyoming DOT posted a picture on social media yesterday or the day before of somebody that they pulled over driving across Wyoming. Some truck driver took off driving with their brakes frozen on their trailer, and they did not notice. First of all, they did not notice that their brakes were frozen. And then secondly, they did not notice that two of their tires blew out. And then the other two tires, so like two of their tires blew out and the tires were completely gone. It was just rim. And then the other two tires on that side of the trailer, because they weren't spinning, they were just flattened out. On the side that was touching the ground, it was just flat. I think the tires were still aired up. It had not gotten to the point where those two tires blew out yet. But that's probably what blew out the other two tires, was they were flattening out on the bottom until it got to the point that the tires blew. But the driver never noticed any of that happen. Wyoming DOT pulled him over. Some Wyoming trooper or whatever pulled that driver over. And the driver had no idea any of that was going on. So whenever people are passing me and I'm talking about, oh, this person's either inexperienced or they're a bad driver, they never check their mirrors, because whenever somebody's passing you and they look in their mirror and they start drifting into you, that's a sign that they never check their mirrors. Because if you check your mirrors like you're supposed to, you build muscle memory and you don't drift, because people just naturally go where they're looking. Why did this car switch lanes? I don't see anything. Maybe they're making a left turn. Whenever somebody in front of me switches lanes and I don't see a reason they're switching lanes, I start looking to see if like there's something on their shoulder they're moving over for. 77 North used left lane in 3/4 of a mile. So that's probably what they're doing. They're going on 77 North. Yeah, there's a lot of people that follow road signs. All right, way station's open. It's in the center median. Great. I have this ABS issue. I think I have liquid in my ABS connector, the electrical connector. Empty trucks use lane 2. So my ABS light is on. I'm lucky right now. My ABS light on the trailer is not on. I can barely read that sign. Shit. ABS light came on for a second. All right, we're gone. We're getting the hell out of here. It came on for a second and then it went back off. Oh my goodness. I need to, like right now I can't clean the water out of that electrical connection because it's so cold. The water is basically just frozen in there. So I have to wait for it to warm up, and then I need to get in there with like an airline or something and blow the water out of that connector. Oh, now the ABS light just came on. Oh my goodness. So the ABS light went off just long enough for me to make it through the damn way station, and then it came back on. 10 miles until we get to the Menards in Fremont. It is 8:08 a.m. And if you weren't following the video yesterday, I would have been up earlier if I could have been, but I worked until like 9:30 last night. So my 10-hour break wasn't up until like 7:30 this morning. So I got rolling as early as I could. I would really, really like to get done with all of the Omaha Lincoln deliveries today and be able to go ahead and drive most of the way, if not all the way, to Garden City. But we'll just see what we can do. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Got a trailer on the shoulder here. Let's see, how many deliveries do I have? I have Fremont, Elkhorn, 2 Omahas, Bellevue. That's 5 in the Omaha area, and then 2 in Lincoln. So I have 7 deliveries. If each of them takes 30 minutes, that'd be 3.5 hours just in deliveries. And then what about drive time? I don't really know what the distance between Lincoln and Omaha is. I think it's like 50 miles. So I'm probably easily going to have around 3 hours to 4 hours of drive time. Plus, I need to stop and get fuel. That's another 30-minute delivery. So that's 4 hours. Basically, we'll do 4 hours of delivery. So that's, I got started at 7:30 a.m. So we'll say 4 hours for deliveries. That's 11:30 a.m. And then let's say another 4 hours for driving. And that's just a complete guess. I don't know the mileage on this route. But that gets me 11:30 plus 4, that's 3:30. I might actually be able to make it to the Lowe's before 4 p.m. It's going to be cutting it real close. All right, speed limit dropping to 55 up ahead. All right, we're going to hop onto this. To stay on 275, I have to make a right turn here and hop onto this roadway.
Use the right lane to take the US 30 ramp.
Getting some good braking in here, getting the brakes warmed up. I like it.
On US 275 east for 4 miles.
The brake system is freezing up. Whenever I'm going to use the brakes, when I softly touch them, they do absolutely nothing. And they're kind of hard to press in. So I have to press it in a little bit hard, and then all of a sudden the brakes start working. So the air system is freezing up. .2 miles. The Menards is right off of this highway. We would be driving right into the sun, but there's decent cloud cover blocking the sun, so it's not so bright. Need to bust out a soda. I haven't had my morning soda yet, but I'm not going to bother breaking it out right now. I'm about to pull into the Menards. Trying to remember what my fuel price is. I think it's $3.71 a gallon in Omaha. That's my discount price, not including fuel tax, which is, I think is around 25 cents a gallon in Nebraska. So if you include fuel tax, it's like $3.96 a gallon. That's about the cheapest fuel I can get in the country. That's one of the cheapest places to get fuel in the country. Is right there at that spot in Omaha. All right, that's the Menards over on the right. I don't think you can see it in the camera because it's a little ways off the road.
Slight right onto the US 30 East ramp. Continue for a quarter mile. At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto US 30, Business East 23rd Street.
So to give you an idea of how the brakes function in cold weather, whenever I haven't used the brakes in a couple of minutes and I go to use them, they're not responsive. I have to, like, when I first press them down, they don't really do anything. I have to press them down pretty hard to get them to do anything. But then if I use them again within a short amount of time, like I did just now, then they work normally after they're heated up. It is like they're going to be a nonstop line of sons of bitches coming down this road. Am I going to be able to make this right turn? What the hell? All right, looks like after these two trucks, there's an opening. And here comes a four-wheeler hauling ass. Now that opening's closed. Those trucks were moving so slow and the traffic behind them was moving so fast that I couldn't get out. All right, I'm just going for it. I don't care. Screw you guys. There's a bit of an opening right here, and people can just move over for me. I'm not going to sit here all day.
Parkway. Then you'll turn right onto 24th Street.
All right, it looks like there's a curb in the middle. This looks like this is probably a really narrow lane that I'm pulling into, so I'm going to use up both of these lanes. Ooh, they've actually got it cut back to make it. I still barely missed the curb right there.
Turn right onto 24th Street. Then you'll take your first left at the parking lot. Turn left into the parking lot. Then your destination is turn left.
Oh, there's a truck coming out of Menards right now. Somebody got here before me.
Your destination is on the left.
All right, let me see how many windows I'm delivering here. 5. 5 windows. Let's get the seat belt off. Five windows. Yeah. All right, thanks. All right, dock's probably right over here on the right, and it is. All right, let's see where this forklift driver's going. Is he going forward or backward? He's... just stopped right now. It looks like he's just shuffling stuff around on those piles. I'm getting a little bit of an exhaust smell. I need to check my exhaust system and see if I have a leak. I had an exhaust leak a while back, and it was one of the NOx sensors had just like come out of the hole. All right, let me get out. Actually, no. We're not going to open the doors right here. It's blocking the road. Sorry, I'm messing up my routine. I was thinking about something else. I wasn't focused on backing. Sitting there thinking about that exhaust smell. All right. All right, we're almost straight into the door now. Let me get out there and pop the doors open. And I'm going to go ahead and pause the video while I do this delivery. It is 8:24 a.m. All right, it is 8:37 a.m. And we're pulling out. I've already put the paperwork away, pulled the paperwork out for the next delivery, and plotted in the GPS for Elkhorn. It's 21 miles away. All right, let's watch for people coming from both directions.
Turn left into the parking lot.
Doors are open. I'm going to wait until I get past the guard shack to close them because they always have to look in the trailer. All right, we're rolling. Four ways off. Go out the same way we came in. Hop back onto the same road and drive on down to Elkhorn.
Turn right onto 24th Street. Then at the next stop sign, you turn left.
So Elkhorn to Omaha deliveries, then Fuel, then Bellevue, and then Lincoln. All right, there's nobody. All right, here's a car coming. But I should have enough room. We have this big turn lane out here that I can pull into. right, this is not a four-way stop. Traffic coming,
Next light, you'll turn left.
cross traffic does not have to stop for me. I've hit one curb so far
Turn left
on these deliveries.
east 23rd Street.
I can't remember exactly where it was at. I remember it was a right-hand turn into a narrow lane, and I just couldn't swing wide enough to not go over the curb. Well, just set up here, burn out some drive time sitting at the light. All right, here we go. I swing over to the right lane because I need to make a.
US 270.
Holy shit! I hit that curb. I thought I had plenty of room to make that turn. That's curb number 2. I didn't swing wide enough. That's completely my fault. I had tons of room to do that. That was just stupidity on my part. I took a turn like a car instead of pulling out. Well, I was mainly just afraid of hitting the opposing traffic. I should have just waited for them to complete their turns so that I could pull out further before starting my turn. But that was completely my fault. That was avoidable. All right, turn the cruise back on. We're doing 70 again. Well, we're not there yet. We're got the cruise turned on to 70. We're doing 60. I'm starting to get a little hopeful that I can get that Lowe's done in Lincoln before 4. And what I could do is when I get to Lincoln, I can go straight to that Lowe's instead of I'm scheduled to do the Menards first and then the Lowe's last. But I can go straight to the Lowe's if I'm cutting it close. I'll have to look at a map whenever I leave Bellevue. I'll look at a map and see like where the two of them are located. See how far apart they are, how far out a route. Is that a fire over on the right? Or is that just like steam coming off of something hot? It looks like it's just like steam or evaporation or something coming off of hot water. Just a little fog being created on the top of some hot or water that's warmer than the air temperature. I don't know how all the science behind that stuff works, but it looked like there was just a little pool of water down there that was... All right, let's fish up a soda. I got 20 minutes to drink some soda. So, if you listen to the driving video toward the end of the last one, well, throughout a lot of the driving video, I was talking about how much I was looking forward to eating that rotisserie chicken and barbecue beans and potato salad. So that's what I had for dinner last night when I shut the truck down. And it was terrible. It was absolutely horrible. The barbecue beans, it was like somebody took a can of pork and beans and just poured some crappy barbecue sauce in it. That's what the barbecue beans tasted like. They were not good at all. The potato salad was decent. I don't think the potatoes were fully cooked though, because they were a little bit crunchy. I would have preferred that they be a little bit less crunchy. And then the rotisserie chicken was just like dried out. Now it was partially dried out because I used the microwave to warm it up, and microwaves will dry out meat. That was part of the problem. But you could tell by just looking at it that it had been like setting in that rotisserie for way too long. So yeah, I was looking forward to eating that all day long, and then I finally eat it, and it was just not appetizing. Oh, I was hoping this pickup would take this exit. This person's going slow. And four-wheelers almost always speed up when I try to pass them. Especially somebody like this that is not using cruise control. Oh, they actually slowed down when I went out to pass them. They're probably being a courteous driver because we just passed a cop. That's the cop right there just passing me. They're checking out that car in front of me. Are they going to pull him over? They're just sitting there driving alongside that car in front of me. They're eyeballing them. They're pulling in behind them. All right, we got to get ready to grab the left lane. If I see the lights come on, we're grabbing the left lane. There they go. The car over in the ditch on the right. Yeah, the gate girl, when I was leaving there, she was talking about how slick it was, and I was like, yeah, it's cold out here. I said, I think it's supposed to warm up to like 70 tomorrow. She's like, where are you from? Are you from Nebraska? And I said, no, I'm from Oklahoma City. She said, it's always cold up here. I was like, ah. That truck should easily make it out in front of me. Oh, don't slow down. .6 miles. Now, Google is routing me to like get off one exit earlier than I probably should. And I looked at the way Google's routing me, and normally I would wait for one more exit. There's an exit that's like right at the Menards, but I'm going to go ahead and take the exit that Google wants me to take, because if I take the normal exit, just a second here, I'm having to hit my brakes for this person. If I take the normal exit, I have to make a fairly sketchy left-hand turn into the place. Just a second here, this four-wheeler is slowing down. And I've got cars flying up on me in the left lane. So I'm stuck behind this car. We're catching up with a really slow car. After this next car, I can get over. You know, if these assholes weren't out here driving 10 to 15 over the speed limit, I wouldn't be having these problems. You got people driving 10 under, and got people driving 10, 20 over. Doing 64 around this turn, and it feels like I should be going slower. Alright, just a second here. Got people that are merging on right there.
Skyline Drive exit.
2 miles. Man, I'm sitting here, I'm starting to question my decision because it's 1.5 miles from the exit to the store. So that means I'm going to be driving on a city street for 1.5 miles. Or I could just go one more exit down and just do the sketchy left-hand turn. I'm going to do the sketchy left-hand turn. That's just a long drive on a city street. If traffic isn't that bad, then the left-hand turn won't be that bad. It looks like a pretty busy intersection, though.
Skyline Drive exit.
This is the exit Google wants me to take, Skyline Drive.
Skyline Drive exit.
And we're not going to do it. I'm going to take the next exit.
Half a mile. Nebraska 31 North exit to Elkhorn. Take the Nebraska 31 North exit. Then you'll use the left lane to turn slightly left onto the Nebraska 31 North ramp to Elkhorn.
Alrighty. Let's grab the outside lane for the left turn.
Use the left lane to turn slightly left onto the Nebraska 31 North ramp. Then continue straight onto Nebraska 31 North. Continue straight onto Nebraska 31 North, north 240.
I need to make a... We want to be in the outside lane because we're a truck, but also I need to get over to that left lane pretty quick for a left-hand turn. So hopefully there's not a lot of traffic. Because I'm going to have to... I could have probably made this turn in that left-hand lane. But I can't know that until I get right up in here.
At the next light, use the left lane to turn left.
Oh, it's actually a left at a light?
At the light, turn left onto Cumberland Drive.
Oh, it's the next left that's a sketchy one. traffic is building up alongside me on the left, so I have to be really careful with this turn.
In 600 feet, turn left onto North 205th Street. Turn left onto North 205th Street.
It's a damn traffic circle. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the left-hand turn that Google wanted me to make
For half a mile.
was not possible. I hope I'm in the right spot now.
Next stop sign, turn right into the parking lot.
Oh my goodness, man, this is some tight-ass road. This is some narrow stuff.
At the stop sign, turn right into the parking lot. In 600 feet, arrive at your destination.
Oh, fun times. All right, we're there. We're driving straight. This dead ends into the entrance to their secure area. See how many windows I got. 6.
You have arrived.
Hello. 6 windows. Right. All right, thanks. Let's get the seatbelt off. 4 ways are on. And where in the hell are the docks at? Oh my goodness. I have no idea where the docks are at, but I'm pretty sure they're right over here to the right. And this place is overrun with crap. They are using every little spot they can. Yeah, the docks are just over to my right. They're using every little inch of space they can to store stuff. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get out and open up the doors, be right back. All right, it's starting to back up. I'm just going to, going a little bit too tight. I would just like to get it in the general vicinity and then pull forward. and straighten out. I'm not trying to like get it in there in the first shot. I like to straight back. Straight back is nice. Alright, so we are in the general vicinity of the door. And now it's almost a straight back. I misjudged it. I'm gonna have to do a pull-up. I'm gonna have to do well, I might not have to do a pull-up, but I'm gonna do a pull-up because I misjudged. It's hard for me to see the lines because the ramp is so far down. So I can't really see the lines very well until I start going down the ramp. All right, now we're lined up perfect. Just gotta not knock a hole inside the building. Just nudge it in there. It's really difficult to lightly touch these docks because these air brakes are kind of like on or off. There's not a whole lot of just slowly brake. It's just kind of like on and off. You have to get really good at feathering the brakes. All right, so it is 9:10 a.m. and I'm gonna go do the delivery. Be back in a minute. All right, all done. It's 9:27. Took longer than it should have. I've had this issue on most of the deliveries I've done to where they are marking items. Like there'll be like a single cardboard box that's marked as 2 to 4 items. Like I'll show up to a delivery and it'll say that I have 4 items, but it'll just be one single cardboard box that's counting as 4 items. And we have to go digging through the paperwork, and they start digging through their computer to try to figure out what the hell's going on. But they're just counting multiple items in a single box. And it's just really confusing to everybody, and it's wasting my time trying to figure out if we're short on anything. But that's the problem we had here. We had 2 boxes that were counting as 4 items. But they looked it up on their computer, and the customer, those boxes were all the customer was supposed to receive. There better be a way that I can turn left at the end of this row. I don't think I've ever been to a Menards that was this, like, crowded. So the next stop is only 7 miles away, and it's out of route. So they have me going to the, like, middle of Omaha to do a 22 window delivery, and then come back up here next to this place to do a 7 window delivery. But I'm going to do the 7 window delivery right here first. I'm hoping I don't have issues getting to the windows because there's 22 windows I'm supposed to be delivering to another place first before here. So we'll deal with that problem when I get there. Hopefully it's not an issue. pull forward up here. He just waved me on. So I'm going to pull forward up here. Once I get out of his gate, then I'm going to go back there and shut the doors. All right, I'll be back in a second. All right, now we get to go deal with this narrow road and the roundabout again. Lights on, 4 ways off. And I think I forgot to switch off the drive line while I was unloading. Not a big deal, but I just wasted like 10 minutes of drive time. But I'm probably not going to be running against my drive clock today. It's probably going to be like yesterday where I'm going to be running against my 14. Or I'm going to be stuck at Lowe's waiting for them to open up tomorrow morning.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
Google was wanting me to keep going straight down that road.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
And I'm not sure if I can, because it looks like they have, it looks like I probably could have turned in over there, but I know that I can get out this way, so I tend to go with the known quantity rather than hope.
Stop sign, onto Cumberland Drive. Then at the next light, you'll turn right.
So that right there is the street that Google wanted me to pull out on right there, so I could have made that. But this is the left turn on the satellite image. This is the left turn that I was going to make in right there. So the satellite image is old because you can't make that left turn anymore.
204th Street, South State Street. Then at the next light, you'll use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto the US 6 East ramp to Omaha.
Oh, I have a green arrow. And I'm making a left turn, so we're going to swing out into the left lane. And we're basically just hopping onto this highway, and this highway goes straight to the next Menards.
At the light, use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto the US 6 East ramp.
So we got this next delivery is an Omaha address, and then we got one other Omaha, and then the fuel stop, and then Bellevue, and then we drive to Lincoln. So 3 deliveries, and then Lincoln.
In a quarter mile, merge onto US 6 East.
Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just watching all the traffic around me merging onto the highway. These are really nice highways all around this area. Like, there's tons of brand new divided roads. Just lots and lots of new roads around this area. Nebraska must be rolling in the money to be redoing all their infrastructure like this. All right, we're going to stay in the center lane until I get to my exit. Got too much merged traffic. Yeah, just everybody cut me off. I'm slowing down right here. Speed limit 70, I'm doing 60 because traffic in front of me is going so slow. We're up to 67, 68. Man, this place must have been a nightmare to drive through before they put this new road in. There is a ton of traffic. There's just long lines merging on all these on-ramps. Without 3 lanes, if this were only 2 lanes, this would be so congested, it would be crawling. .3 miles until I exit. All right, speed limit's down to 55, which I was only doing 57 because we were going uphill.
Use the second from the right lane to take the West Dodge Road, 120th Street exit toward 114th Street.
All right, 2 miles. I'm going to start looking to get over. I've got a line of cars passing me on the right now. So it looks like it's going to be a situation where I just have to put my signal on and force my way over. I'm waiting for an opening right now. .1 miles away. So Google's saying that it's a double right exit, and I need to be in the left because I'm going to be making a left turn.
In half a mile, use the second from the right lane to take the West Dodge Road, 120th Street exit.
Just a second here. Cars in front of me just slowed way down. So it should be a double exit, and I need to exit from this lane to make a left turn.
Use the second from the right lane to take the West Dodge Road exit. At the next light, use the left lane to turn left. At the light, turn left.
I need to make a left and then another left, so I'm going to have to fight my way over to the left lane after I make this left. All right, there's not a ton of traffic behind me, so traffic should clear, and I shouldn't have too much difficulty getting over to the left lane, hopefully.
At the next light, use the second from the left lane to turn left. At the light, turn left onto West Dodge Frontage Road North, Webster Street.
And there's the Menards over on the left. And I've got another truck right on my ass, so they're probably going to Menards as well. It's a local. Let me see how many windows I got here. 7 windows. I'm going to have to wait for this opposing traffic to make their left-hand turn so that I can swing wide enough. This is basically a U-turn. And just watching for cars alongside me because this is just
Next right
I need both lanes for this damn turn. I can't make this turn without both lanes. And the same goes for this one. I got some jackass. Like, could you not see that I can't make these turns without both lanes, you dumb bitch? She is just like aggressively trying to get around me. Yeah, that truck is pulling in behind me. This is going to be fun. I'm going to have this person rushing me to get docked. But it looks like the driver behind me is not an aggressive jackass. They stopped short of the roadway so they wouldn't block that roadway. So it looks like it's a good driver behind me. So maybe we're not going to have any problems. These locals can be very aggressive. And even over the road drivers can be very aggressive. All right, now the person pulled up and is blocking the road. So they're starting to get impatient. We'll see if there's any drama in here. Seven windows. Big load. Seven? All right, thanks. She said whatever's open. All right, I have no idea where their dock is at. Usually they wait until they get a response because they call on their little walkie-talkies. Usually they wait until they get a response and they tell them which door. What in the shit is this person doing? This person just parked in the middle of the road. All right, I think I see their docks over here on the left. And I think I'm going to be a courteous person and grab the dock closest to the wall. All right, I'm going to get out and open up the doors. Be right back. All right, here we go. Me grabbing the dock closest to the wall. All right, let me get out and look. Make sure I'm not going to hit the side of the building. Oh, we're good. I just want to get in the general vicinity. They've got door 7 open. I hope they don't get mad that I went into this door. Door 6 is the hardest one to back into. And that's the reason I'm backing into it, is so the driver behind me can get into 7. All right, we're almost over in the spot. One more pull-up should do it. This dock is really close to the side of the building. This damn thing is hard to get into. All right, we're finally in it. I don't know if you can tell how close I am to the side of the building, but it's close. All right, we are nudged. So I will be back in a minute. Oh, real quick, it is 9:53. All right, we're rolling. It is 10:10. We didn't have any major issues. Now let's see if I can do this U-turn out of here without hitting the wall over to my left. I am hot right now. The guy that helped me unload was like super nice, very helpful, very talkative. And there were like 5 people in the shipping and receiving area. There was one person that signed all the paperwork while we were unloading, so it was pretty quick. It did take some digging. I had to downstack quite a few windows to get to their windows, but it wasn't too bad. And the next delivery is only 8.7 miles away. Man, this place is busy. There's another truck coming in already. She just waved that local through. Good to go? All right. All right, I'm going to pull out of the gate and close my doors. All right, right there, people can drive around me. All right, I'll be right back. Menards gate people seem to be getting relaxed. They're usually really anal about checking every vehicle. I've been told that they're watched on cameras, and if they're ever caught like not inspecting a vehicle, they'll get in trouble. Just a second here, there's a pickup racing to get in front of me here. Oh, no, it's going to back off. Alright, there's traffic is clear. It's a 3-way stop. And we rolled it.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto West Dodge Frontage Road north of Webster Street.
Alright, and we're clear to the left, and we're clear to the right. Have to be very, very careful around these turns because this truck cannot stay in the lane through these turns. There's no oncoming traffic here, so we're good. Alright, so we have a double right turn.
Right. Then at the next light, you'll use the left 2 lanes to turn left.
Bear with me while I get out onto the street and the highway here. These city streets, I have to keep an eye on these 4-wheelers. Especially on these tight turns like this. I have to keep an eye on somebody getting underneath my trailer. I'm sweating like crazy. It's 80 degrees inside the truck. 22 degrees outside. So we got one more Omaha delivery and then fuel up and then Bellevue and then we drive to Lincoln. This is like a 22 window delivery. Now we got a stoplight at the bottom of the hill. An aggressive BMW driver. Who would have thunk it? Doing 23 right now, braking down the hill. $17, $16, $15. Oh, I just got a windshield washer fluid warning. Washer fluid's low. When I'm getting fuel, maybe I'll throw in some washer fluid. It could be that the washer fluid's frozen. Because the washer fluid that I have in there is rated for negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit. But, yeah. It's not. Shit. I screwed up. I'm gonna have to make a U-turn. So I was supposed to go south right there. I thought I was going straight. This is going to cost me 5 minutes.
Use the right lane to take the exit toward West Roads. Then use the right lane to keep right.
My bad.
Use the right lane to keep right. Then use the right lane to turn slightly right onto Regency Parkway. At the light, take a slight right onto Regency Parkway. Then you'll take your first right onto California Street. Signs for West Roads, 96th Street.
We're just going under the bridge and getting back on the on-ramp headed the other direction because I screwed up. These are tight little turns here, so I'm having to keep an eye on the cars to my left because I can't stay in my lane in a lot of these spots.
Turn right onto California Street. Signs for West Road's 96th Street. Then you'll take a slight right onto the West Dodge Road West ramp to I-680. Slight right onto the West Dodge Road West ramp. Then merge onto US 6 West.
Ooh, green light, yay!
Merge onto US 6 West, then use the right two lanes to take the I-680 exit. Use the right two lanes to take the I-680 north exit. Then you'll use any lane to take the I-680 south ramp.
All right, we're wanting to get on to 680 South.
Use any lane to take the I-680 south ramp.
25-mile-per-hour ramp. We're doing 45.
Use any lane to take the I-680 south ramp.
This is one of the problems that I run into whenever I'm doing all these little deliveries, is I just don't memorize the route as well as I normally do. So I'm prone to miss exits and stuff like that because I'm just like glancing at the route when I program it in and then I'm taking off. This doesn't happen often, but just a second here. These jackass four-wheelers. All right. They didn't run me into the shoulder. They jumped out and started to pass me as soon as that lane opened up there. As soon as I put my signal on, they jumped out and started to pass me, and then they slammed on their brakes and let me over.
In 2 miles, use the left two lanes to take the I-80 east exit toward downtown.
I need to get a left. It's a left lane exit in 2 miles. And I just have a line of sons of bitches passing me right now. There's a huge line of vehicles to my left. I'm letting this truck know that I'm coming over, because if I don't get over right now, I'm going to be stuck in this lane. There's a long line of vehicles behind the truck I just got in front of. I hate roads like this where it's just constant splitting and left and right exits, and this is just confusing as hell. Just why do people design shit like this? It's like, yeah, in theory this works, but in reality, this is just really confusing. All right, 50 mile per hour turn. I'm doing 60. Doing 48. The wiper fluid error went away whenever I wasn't facing downward. I was going down a steep grade and the wiper warning came up. Now it's gone. It went away like shortly after it came on. But I'll probably dump some wiper fluid in when I get to the fuel stop. I have jugs of wiper fluid. .2 miles, 72nd Street.
Use the right lane to take exit 449 for 72nd Street.
I'm not going to get over there quite yet because I'm not sure if that right lane is going to go exit only before I get there. It looks like it might be going exit only at the next exit. Yep, it's disappearing already. Next exit should be me. All right, I'm going to slow down a little bit because we got a truck merging on that I'm going to have to fight with to merge off.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 449 for 72nd Street. Use the right lane to take exit 449.
1.4 miles away.
In a quarter mile, use the right lane to take the ramp to Ralston Arena. Use the right lane to take the ramp to Ralston, then merge onto 72nd Street.
All right. We are clear.
Continue on 72nd Street for 3/4 of a mile.
Oh shit. Let's stay over here in this left lane because that right lane is ending, and I do not want to fight with traffic to get over into this left lane when it ends. Looks like most people are just chilling behind me. There, you got a couple of people that are getting over into the ending lane that are going to race to get in front of me. The snowflakes. Honestly, I would have done the same thing as these people because it's a lot of, like, I know how slow trucks are, and it's a lot of room. All right, there's nobody else going for it. A lot of really courteous drivers through here. I'm going to be making a right on M Street. In a quarter of a mile. So I think it's this next light. I'm going to make a right. I can see the Menards over on the right. Come on, assholes. These aggressive drivers that just had to be in front up there not paying attention.
At the next light, turn right. At the light, turn right onto M Street, M Plaza. Then you'll take your first right onto M Plaza.
What the fuck? Some four-wheeler just jumped out and tried to pass me on the right while I was making that turn.
Continue straight into the parking lot, then your destination will be on the left.
All right, let's get the seat belts off. And right here is the entrance into this place. I think it's 22 windows. Let me double check. Yep. "22 windows."
Okay, there's no room back there right now. It's several trucks back there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Back up and wait over there. That's fine.
Okay, you want to just wave me when you're ready for me? All right. A van just pulled in behind me. I'm going to have to go tell him to move. She told me that there's several trucks back there. And she told me to just park back here along the curb because there's no room for me. Awesome. All right. So now I get to just sit here for an undetermined amount of time. They usually unload pretty quick. Most of the deliveries that these places get are the type of deliveries that I'm doing where it's only taking them like 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and plot in the TA truck stop to my GPS while I'm waiting. And it is a 10-mile drive.
Exit the parking lot toward M Street and Plaza.
Let me look at my delivery schedule and just verify that it is what I think it is and make sure that there's not some delivery I'm forgetting about. All right, Scottsbluff, got those two. North Platte, Kearney, Grand Island, Columbus, Norfolk, Fremont, Elkhorn, Omaha on 120th. I just did that one. Omaha on L Street, that's where I'm at. And then Menards, Bellevue. Holy crap, I have 3 deliveries in Lincoln. I thought it was only 2. 2 Menards and a Lowe's in Lincoln. And then I'm done. So I've got this, Bellevue, and then 3 Lincoln deliveries. And then I'm done with Nebraska. I need to look at where the Lincoln deliveries are at. So we'll look at the map on the phone while I'm waiting here. I guess I'll get rid of my plot point for the. I'm going to plot the. All right, 8900 Andermatt. Yeah, this is really stupid how they have this routed. So they have me going to a Menards on the far south side of Lincoln, and then a Menards on the far north side of Lincoln, and then a Lowe's back on the south side of Lincoln, right next to the Menards on the south side of Lincoln. All right, she's ready for me. So just a second here while I put all this paperwork over on the side. I was waiting for a truck to come out. Why in the hell did she have me wait for a damn flatbed? This is stupid. Is she retarded or something? Like, what would a flatbed have to do with me? She waited for a flatbed to leave.
All right, you get to head back here and go to dock number 7.
All right, thanks. Yeah, she's retarded. There's not been a truck leave. Just that flatbed. Well, let's I don't know. Let's wait and see what we see when we get back there. Maybe a truck just pulled out of the dock and it hasn't left yet. There's a whole bunch of flatbeds back. There's no one in the damn docks. She is fucking stupid. I'm sorry. I'm just mad right now. They're just a whole bunch of flatbeds that they're unloading. She didn't even check in with anybody. She just made the decision all on her own. And those people that work the gate, I think they're Securitas. I don't even think they are Menards employees. So some dumbass security guard just made the decision to have me sit there and wait for like 10 minutes unnecessarily because there's multiple flatbeds back here getting unloaded. She doesn't understand what the hell she's talking about. I'm pissed off that I just had to sit outside there for no damn reason at all because of some stupid ass security guard. Made me wait for a flatbed to leave. It's not even the same people that unload the flatbeds. I'm sorry, I'm ranting and raving. I'm gonna go open my doors. Be right back. I'm not sure if you noticed, but whenever she waved me in was shortly after a Menards employee walked over to the security shack. Somebody probably saw on the camera that I was sitting out in front of the gate, and was wondering what in the hell was going on, and they probably went over there and told her to let me in. Alright, just trying to bump it nice and easy. I think I back better when I'm mad. Not having to do a pull-up on this one. Lined up absolutely perfect. And there we go, we just nudged it. Alright, I'm going to pause this while I go unload. Alright, took 15 minutes, 22 windows. Some young kid that was pulling windows out 2 at a time. It is 11:03 a.m. right now. Yeah, I'm still irritated at this idiot here at the gate. Actually, it looks like it's somebody new. It looks like they probably just did a shift change. Because the dumb girl that was there, that does not look like her. It might be her, but from a distance, it doesn't look like the idiot that made me sit outside waiting for no reason. All right, here we go. Hello. Right, thanks, sir. You too. So he is asking me about becoming a truck driver. He's only 18. I told him that it can really suck for the first couple of years. You can make very little money and work really long hours, like 80, 90 hours a week, making close to minimum wage for the first couple of years. But if you make it 2 years with a good driving record, then you can get some good jobs. And I told him that it's really hard to get into trucking at 18. Most companies are going to require 21, and a lot of companies have started requiring 25 because of insurance. All right, we're headed to the TA in Council Bluffs. It is 10 miles away.
Turn left
All
on
right,
the
the traffic coming from my left does not have a stop sign. All right, there's nobody coming.
At the light, turn left onto 72nd Street.
I cannot see where the stop line is at. I want to get far enough forward that the light picks me up, but I'm not sure how far forward I'm supposed to stop. I can't see a line here. Damn it. Traffic is getting backed up through the intersection. All right, the light just turned green going across there. Just trying to pay attention to traffic. This with the construction and everything, somebody might get confused and do something really stupid at this intersection. So, you son of a bitch. Just gave me a flashing yellow, but there's no oncoming traffic, so we're good. I must not have been pulled far enough forward for it to pick me up. That's probably the reason it gave me a flashing yellow, or maybe that's just the way it cycles. I want to pull far forward because the traffic is getting backed up through the intersection, but I also don't like to get right up on people. We're going uphill, trying to accelerate. Come on, stay green. Oh, wow, I feel bad for this car trying to pull out of there. That's going to be difficult to do. All right, I see the sign for I-80 East. We're going to be taking I-80 East to Iowa. Ugh. Bumpity bump bump.
Use the right lane to take the I-80 East ramp, then merge onto I-80 East.
Interstate weight limit, 40 tons. 80,000 pounds. All right, we're clear to merge on. And then we're going to have to jump another lane
6 miles.
because this one's going exit only. All right, the pickup behind me is signaling me that I am clear to move over, but I don't like pulling over in front of somebody that close. I hate it when people are like trying to be nice to me and let me over, but they're like right at the back of my trailer. I don't like moving over really close in front of somebody like that. This pickup right here, this gray pickup passing me, that was the one that was letting me over, but they were right on my ass. I didn't feel comfortable, but they started flashing their lights at me. Five miles. Until I get onto 29 South. What? I'm going to be getting onto 29 South? It's basically a straight shot to the TA. And what I think it is that 80 splits. And part of 80 goes north, and then the 29 South just keeps going straight. This is so frustrating. Like, I'm slowing down because traffic in front of me is slowing down, and the people behind me are flying past me and then cutting on me off and slamming on their brakes. "22 degrees outside according to my temperature gauge. 29 to Iowa, 2 miles. We're going to turn around and come back this exact same way that we're going to get to Bellevue. We're going to come back on 80, and then we're going to go south on some highway down to Bellevue. I was trying to find
Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 1B, ride 29 South, Council Bluffs toward I-80 East.
a place to fuel up where I didn't have to go out of route. I just couldn't find any place. This place is much cheaper than all the other places around here by 20, 30 cents a gallon or more. And it's approximately 20 miles out of route round trip, 10 miles one way. Just a second here. I need to get over to the right. I'm going to go ahead and do it. I got a pickup that's flying up on me. But then it slowed down once it got close to me, so it was just going to loiter on my right. And I don't know how many lanes there are for this exit. Looks like I needed to get over.
Half a mile. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 1B for I-29 South, Council Bluffs toward I-80 East.
So there's 1A. That's not what I want. That's North 29.
Use the right 2 lanes.
I want to go on South 29, which is also I-80 East. I-80 splits right here. So this is I-80 and 29. Right lane ends in 900 feet. Okay, I think that sign is for the other side. I don't think that's for me. I got a four-wheeler just loitering along my left now. Now they're speeding up. I think they just realized that right lane ending was not for me. They were just going to run me into the damn shoulder. People do that crap. I don't think they do it on purpose, but they do it. Like, there'll be a lane ending and a car will just slow down alongside me, just run me into it.
Merge onto I-29 South. Continue on I-29 South for 1.5 miles.
All right, I'm exiting in 1.5 miles, so we're going to stay in this lane. '49 South Expressway. I think this exit lane is me.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take exit 49 for South Expressway toward downtown.
I should be able to see the TA over on the right. There it is.
Use the right lane to take exit 49. At the next light, use the right lane to turn right. At the light, turn right onto South Expressway Street.
You know what? It's a double right. There's nobody behind me. I'm just going to sit in the middle here and just cut this turn so I don't have to. Looks like a truck can make the right turn from either lane. I need to make another, like, immediate right.
At the light, turn right onto 32nd Avenue. Then your destination will be on the right.
We have the green arrow. I like it. Then we're pulling in where that truck just pulled in. We're running the red. We're doing it. Yay! There are fuel pumps open. There's a whole bunch of them blocked as well. Wow, looks like the pumps were completely removed out of one of them. That is not a temporary issue. And let's go on to on-duty fueling. Landstar tracks when you're fueling, and they track your on-duty. And if you're fueling and not on duty, you'll get an error that you have a log violation. I've had that happen to me like twice, and I've never like been contacted by Landstar about it. It just shows up on your main page as a log violation. Second here, I'm getting into the Pump Smart on the Truck Smart app, and oh good, it's not, 0 lanes are fueling right now. Nobody's fueling. It's not making me log in. This Truck Smart, the TA Petro app, has been making me log in like every single time, and it's a pain in the butt to log in because it makes you go to their website and log in. So you open up the app redirects you to their website, and the website redirects you back to the app. So you have to have pop-ups allowed and all kinds of safety features, security features, like disabled in order for that crap to work. It's really annoying. All right, and it gives me my code, so I'm going to pause this while I fuel up. All right, about to start rolling. Been here for 14 minutes. The pumps weren't working. The little thing, I had to go inside to pay because the buttons weren't working. Everybody's around here honking. I was like, what the hell's going on? Why is everybody honking? There is a four-wheeler over to my right that was airing up their tires, and the car kept honking. I think it was every time the tire pressure would get to the appropriate level, it would honk. And then this JB Hunt driver over to my left, I don't know what in the hell was going on with them, but they kept like lunging the truck forward, and their truck kept honking. I don't know what they were trying to do. But all right, we're gonna go make our way over to Bellevue, and it is 11:39 a.m. I think we're making pretty good time. I think I'm easily going to be able to get done with the Lowe's in Lincoln. I'm not even going to go to the Lowe's first. I'm going to go to the Menards on the south side of town first, then the Lowe's, and then the second Menards.
Turn left onto 32nd Avenue.
A second here. All right, here we go. Got a fire truck behind me. Their lights are not on.
At the light, turn left onto South Expressway Street.
And we're going to hop on to 80 and take 80 to 75, Highway 75, Interstate 80 to Highway 75. And And the Menards in Bellevue is right off Highway 75. So I'm going to need to get over to the left once I make this turn. And we are in the correct lane. We are good to go. And the fire truck's over to the right of me now. Council Bluffs, Fire and Rescue. So yeah, I should be able to finish all this up, and then there's no way I'm going to be able to reorganize the trailer to do Kansas City first. It's just, there's just too many windows in the trailer right now. A lot of the windows, to move them around, requires 2 people. So I could get in there and spend 2 hours reorganizing them, and then get to a spot where I just cannot go any further without help. There's just too many windows left in the trailer. I don't think I have enough room in the trailer to move windows, because what I would have to do is move windows to the rear of the trailer. And I don't think I have enough space to do that. There's just, I haven't delivered enough windows yet. Almost all of my deliveries are in Wichita. Got a courteous 4-wheeler behind me that's just chilling behind me. They could have gotten in that left lane and gone around me, but they didn't. Five miles to Highway 75. Lane is clear to merge on. And we're all topped off on diesel and DEF. And I double checked the address and the price whenever I got there. I'm going to have to change lanes. This Jeep is going slow. I'm still getting up to speed, and I'm already going faster than this Jeep. All right, we're getting on to I-80 West, or staying on I-80 West. 80 and 29 are splitting right here. 50-mile-per-hour exit. We're already doing 58, but let's back it down. Why is this flag at half staff or half mast, whatever it's called? Did some event happen today that I'm unaware of? Welcome to Nebraska. It's been a while since I've been in Nebraska. One and a half miles. Is this lane going exit only? It's got the block lines. So yeah, we need to get out of this lane. When you have square blocks on your lane marker, that means that that lane is ending. It's going exit only, or it's ending or something. One and a half miles, according to the sign for Highway 75. Google's telling me it's 1 mile. Exit 452, Highway 75 south to Bellevue. We're only 6.4 miles away. So this is a double exit for 480 and 75, so I have to keep an eye on staying on 75 south. Looks like a sharp turn. That says ramp 45, but that looks like it's for the other ramp. This looks like
US 75 South ramp.
A lot less than 45. We're doing 38 right now. And it looks icy. This is a very short merge. Oh, all right, is this four-wheeler going to let me over? Yes, they are. There's L Street. L Street is where we delivered on the last Menards. 13.9 and 14.6. So over here in this right lane, it's 13 feet 9 inch clearance. We're 13.6, so close. All right, 3.5 miles, Cornhusker Road. Bellevue, next 4 exits. It's only 11:51 a.m. I am making absolutely phenomenal time. All right, this lane is going exit only. I'm clear. Get over. There's some road that cuts across from Bellevue to I-80, and I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to take that road straight across instead of having to drive back north to I-80. Shouldn't be an issue. It's some state road. It's not like a residential or anything like that. So a truck should be fine to drive on a state road. Oh, speed limit's up to 70 now. It was 60. 1.1 miles. Cornhusker Road.
Half a mile, take the Cornhusker Road exit. Take the Cornhusker Road exit. At the next light, use the middle lane to turn right.
Okay. Google thinks that this is a double right turn, and it's not.
Turn left onto South 21st Street.
I have to be careful with rolling back. There's a four-wheeler right on my ass. I'm actually going to have to use 2 feet on this.
Go past Fred Avenue, Turn left into the parking lot. Then you will arrive at your destination.
Just a second here, I'm just trying to keep an eye on everything. And that pickup is still all truck deliveries, inner yard here. And there's a sign pointed this direction that I'm going. That pickup that was tailgating me at the stoplight is still riding my ass. They might be going to the same damn place I'm going. Nope, they just turned. All right.
You have arrived.
Entrance is over here. Is this flatbed waiting to get in? No, I don't see anybody in the truck, and there's an electrical line hooked up to that flatbed. It's a Menards truck, and they have an electrical line hooked up to that light post, probably to keep the engine warm. Let's see how many windows I got for them. 8.
What you got?
8 windows.
Windows? Okay, let me call them. I just got back from break. I want to make sure there's an open document.
All right.
You're good to go.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Ooh, let's roll the window back up. It's cold outside. And right there's the dock. Swing around and around. Oh, we got plenty of room here. I like this place. There's a 4-wheeler that came in behind me. I'm going to have to keep an eye on them to my right. All right, let's keep an eye on this 4-wheeler coming around the corner here. And there they are. All right. I'm basically straight in right now. I can't see the lines though until I start going down the ramp. Oh, I can kind of see the lines now. I need to move over to the right a little bit. All right, I'm gonna go open the doors. Be right back. It's noon exactly right now. All right. Now, Bag it on down. Oh, I'm so excited that I'm actually going to be able to start my drive to Garden City. I am bummed out. Oh man, I cut it too hard. Let's just, instead of just continuing to go backward and then having to do all kinds of maneuvers to fix it, let's just pull forward a little bit. You know, I screwed up. Let's not make it worse by trying to impress the super truckers by not doing a pull-up. I'll do all the pull-ups. I'm the pull-up king. All right, we're getting close. Let's nudge it in. Are we touching? There we are. We're touching. Barely touched it. All right, so I'm going to go do this delivery. It is 12:02. Be back in a minute. All right, I just plotted my route to get over to Menards and Lincoln. And the route that I chose is 12 miles longer than the route that Google chose. However, the route that Google chose has me driving on a city street all the way across Lincoln, Nebraska, because the Lowe's and the Menards, there are two deliveries on the south side of Lincoln, all the way at the bottom of town. A second here. All right, no, she wants me to go ahead and just pull through. So I'm going to pull up here and then close my doors. All right, be right back. All right. Damn it, there's already a pickup behind me. What's this lady doing? I'll wait for her to cross the road. All right, here we go. I like how they've got the curbs real far back right here for wide turns. They've got this designed for like really wide turns. because these are narrow roads. So give me a second here. Wait for this pickup to go through. Missed the curb by about a foot. All right. We're going to take the highway that we came in on. We're going to take it south. And then we're going to take another highway west and hit the south side of Lincoln. That other highway comes in on the south side of Lincoln. So then I don't have to drive.
You'll turn right onto the US 75 South ramp.
I'm going over the curb.
At the light, turn right onto the US 75 South ramp.
All right, now we're hopping on 75 south. That was curb number 2, I think. Maybe 3 that I've gone over.
75 South, 34 miles.
Four-wheelers must be taking the next exit. The four-wheelers, just instead of moving over, they slowed down. And I merged on at 45 miles an hour, so they had to slow way down. Speed limit is 70. So they must be taking the next exit. Oh. We're already up to 70. Setting the cruise. Yeah, they took that exit. Got a tanker merging on right here. Are they gonna make it to the end of the ramp? They're getting up to speed pretty good. Let's go ahead and move over. I got plenty of room. And I can't tell if we're gonna intersect here or not. It's close. And if it's close, they'll probably slam on their brakes for safety. So just better to move over if possible so that they don't have to slow down for me. It's not easy to merge into traffic with these trucks. So this is a nice, this drive that I'm taking is a nice divided highway most of the drive. There is a section where it's bi-directional. I don't know exactly how many miles, but there is a section of it, a short section that's bi-directional. Most of it is a nice divided highway like this. All right, I'm almost finished with my soda. Let me finish off the last of it here. All right, we just finished off soda number 1 for the day. Got a nice little drive. 74 miles, I think it was. But I'm going to go to Menards and then Lowe's. They're not too far apart on the south side of town. And then I have to go up to the north side of town, which is right next to I-80, and deliver to another Menards and then I hop on 80, and then I have a really long drive to Garden City, Kansas. I'm going to drive east on 80 for a little while, not too long, and then there's a highway that cuts down between 80, from 80 to 70, and it connects down in Salina, Kansas. And then I'll get onto 70 and take that all the way to like Oakley, Kansas, and then there's a highway that goes south down into Garden City. And then I'm basically going to be forced to take country bumpkin bidirectional roads for like 200 miles. Well, it's probably closer to 150 miles from Garden City to Wichita because of the way they have this thing routed. Just a second here. Is this box truck going to cut me off? I slowed down because we're going uphill, but these two vehicles were going like 60 miles an hour, and I'm down to 62 now. I'm blocking traffic. I feel bad about it. I didn't realize this road was this steep. Now the asshole box truck's going to do it. So now I'm going to have to deal with passing this box truck after I get around this car. And now I'm finally getting up to speed. This box truck's doing 65, the car's doing 60. And now the box truck is slowed down. Just a second here. There's somebody coming on the on-ramp. I think that's the reason he's not moving over in the right lane is because of the on-ramp. What the hell's going on with this guy? Why is he not moving back over to the right lane? Now he's going 70. What an asshole. Like, this guy was just chilling doing 65 when I was behind him. Between 60 and 65. And now that I'm trying to pass him, he's speeding up to 70 to try to keep me from getting around him. I've got a pickup behind me that is mad. All right, I'm just going to dip in behind this guy and wait until this dumbass figures out what the hell he's doing. This box truck driver is a moron. Now that I fell in behind, now he's going to slow down and drop back in front of me. He's just terrified of me passing him. Oh, please take this exit. Are you kidding me? This person was that aggressive out there trying to pass everybody, and that was his damn exit? What a jackass. It's some young kid. "30 miles to Nebraska City." That's basically where I'm getting on the other state road. I think it's State Road 2. I'm driving this all the way, Highway 75 all the way down to Nebraska City, and then I'm getting onto that State Road 2 in Nebraska City and taking that all the way to Lincoln. And that State Road 2 is basically the cut across between I-80 and I-29 so that you can bypass Omaha, because 80 turns north to go up to Omaha, So if you're on I-29 trying to get on 80 going northbound, or if you're 80 eastbound trying to go to 29 southbound, son of a bitch, this guy just slowed way down. But the speed limit's dropping up ahead and the freeway's ending. And it's going down to bi-directional. So I don't want to fly around this person on a speed limit drop. They're going almost the exact same speed I am when we're on a 70 road. I hope this person turns somewhere, because since we're pretty much wanting to go almost the exact same speed, we're just going to be riding really close to each other this whole drive. So I hope they turn somewhere, because this person drives almost exactly the way I do. All right, we got a red light. Slow down. Oh, they're turning. Yes, yes, yes. Just, man, it's a good day today. Getting lucky. Man, everywhere I go in Nebraska, it's a lot of new stuff. Like all the buildings, all the roads, everything looks new. Is the population in Nebraska booming or something? All right, let me fish for another soda. I need to put another case in the cooler. About halfway through this 12 pack. Speed limit's going back up to 70. Let's turn the cruise on. I hope that grain hauler gets away from me. There's certain types of trucks that I don't like to be around. Grain haulers, loggers, containers, typically really bad drivers haul that crap. And they're usually really aggressive. And then with, regular dry van stuff, you have certain companies that you look out for, like Amazon. Anyone hauling an Amazon Prime trailer is usually a bad driver. Cattle haulers are usually not bad drivers. They drive really fast. They're just known for speeding. And I think the reason cattle haulers are known for speeding is because there's a whole bunch of regulations on how long animals can be inside trailers. And if you ever encounter a cattle hauler with a loaded trailer, they typically accelerate and decelerate really slow, so they don't hurt the animals. So I try to be extra cautious when I'm around cattle haulers, so that, like, I give them plenty of space so that they can slow down at if they need to. They have plenty of time to slow down so they don't have to hit the brakes hard and kill the animals. This damn four-wheeler was going really slow until I caught up with them, and now they started speed matching me. People do this shit all the time. And now I just got somebody at an unsafe distance in front of me speed matching me. So I should arrive at the Menards. I don't know the exact mileage because I had to put in some plot points to get Google to route me the way I wanted to route me, so I don't see the total mileage on this. And I would zoom out. I would, like, exit navigation. It'll tell me the total mileage. But I can't be doing anything like that with somebody sitting this close in front of me. She just keeps speeding up and slowing down. What is this work truck doing? Now she's slowing way down. I'm going to go ahead and get over. Don't you make that turn. I want to get around her before we get into the single lane. I don't want to deal with this crazy lady in the single lane. She is racing me. I sped up to 75 to get around her, and she's trying to block me. All right, now that I've made it past, she's slowed back down. Now she's speeding back up. I'm going to move over in front of her so that she can't pass me, because she's speeding back up. The speed limit dropped down to 60, and I slowed down to 65, and she's still going 70. And now we're in the bi-directional. Not sure how long this lasts, but I don't think it's too long. Now she's dropped way behind me. It's about 500 feet back. I don't know how many days ahead of schedule I am right now. I was supposed to start today in Grand Island. Grand Island, Nebraska was supposed to be my first delivery today. And I think I was supposed to finish tomorrow. The lows in Lincoln. I think it was supposed to be my last delivery tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'll have to check the schedule. I'm not really worried about the appointment times except for Home Depot. I have one Home Depot delivery in Hutchins, Kansas, and I've heard a lot of negative things about the lady that's working in shipping and receiving at the Home Depot in Wichita, which is not Hutchins, but Hutchins is really close to Wichita. So I hope that the Hutchins Home Depot is not the one that everybody talks about with this woman in shipping and receiving that is just really anal about the appointment times. She'll make you set for like 2 days for your appointment, even if you're only delivering like one window. There's a special place in hell for people like that. This is a really nice road for a bi-directional. Nice wide shoulder. It doesn't look like they're planning on making this into a divided highway through here, because it looks like they just redid this road. All right, well, what's going on with the car in front of me? They just stuck their hand out the window and just raised their fist up in the air. Not sure what that was about. Why in the hell is this car in front of me slowing down going uphill? This car was doing like 70 miles an hour and I'm doing 60 up this hill and it slowed down. It's like slowed down to 60 with me. Now the car's slowing way down. There's an interchange right here, so maybe they're turning. Yes, they're turning. Yay. All right, let me slow way down because it does not look like there's a turn lane. We're down to 48. That I could have taken that right there. That is one way that I could have cut across, was that Highway 34. But this down here is better. And this State Road 2 or whatever it is, or I'm about to get on, whenever I started driving in 2020, it was still a bi-directional road for a long portion of it. They were in the process of rebuilding the road and turning it into a nice divided highway. And they have completely finished the whole thing, and it's a really amazing divided highway all the way across now. It was a pretty sketchy road to drive on back in 2020. The original road kind of sucked, and then they had construction on top of that. Uh-oh, let me slow down here. This guy's making a left turn in front of me. All right, we got down to 40 miles an hour. Now we're getting back up to speed. Oh, great, the crazy lady. Because I've had to slow down a couple of times with people turning in front of me, the crazy lady's on my ass. I know this woman has like 15 cats. And this work truck in front of me is going slow. I'm doing 60 up the hill right now, and I'm catching up with it. Speed limit is 65. Doing 57, I'm still catching up with it. We've only got 6.9 miles until we get to the State Road 2 or whatever it is. This person's I'm doing 55 right now. Am I speed matching them? I think I'm speed matching them at 55. Do they know that the speed limit is 65 through here? Do they think the speed limit is 55? Is that what's going on? It's almost impossible for me to pass on a bidirectional because these trucks have little or no acceleration. But it looks like I'm going for it. There's no oncoming traffic for a long ways. We're passing. We just so happened to get like a really nice stretch of road where I could see for a mile or more. And there was no oncoming traffic. Those are like the perfect conditions for passing. There was a downhill, which allowed me to accelerate faster. I could see forever, and there was no oncoming traffic for a long time, and the person I was passing was going really slow. Perfect conditions for passing on a bidirectional. After I finish these Lincoln deliveries, it's just going to be a lot of driving because it's a really long drive to Garden City. And then after I leave Garden City, it's a couple 100 miles until I get to my next deliveries. And then it's going to be lots of deliveries. Once I get into the Wichita area, that's where almost the entire trailer is unloading. I've only got like 25 windows that I'm delivering to the Kansas City area. I don't know how many I'm delivering to the Wichita area, the Wichita, Salina area. Wichita, Hutchins, and Salina, right there in central Kansas. That's almost all of my windows in the trailer. Three miles until we hit the State Road 2. And we're getting a passing lane. Truck lane ahead. So we have a steep grade and they have a truck lane, which means that once we get to the top of the hill, this lane is likely going to end. There's nobody behind me for about a half a mile. And the lane's ending. I got down to 58 miles an hour. One and a half miles until we get onto the nice road. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove my next plot point. And it's 40 miles total left. I've got 40 miles left until I get to the Menards. So it's 1 p.m. right now.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the Nebraska 2 west route to Lincoln.
So I'm probably going to get there at like 1:45 to 2 o'clock. 40 mile per hour exit. We're doing 65. Slow down.
Use the right lane to take the Nebraska 2 west ramp.
This thing is basically designed like an interstate. They have yield signs on the on-ramps. I love it. All right, this big truck's moving over for me. Way station closed in a mile and a half. And speed limit 70, turn the cruise back on. What's going on with this truck? Are they going to exit at the way station to take a 30 or something? Nope. They were just confused. Trucks are supposed to be over in that left lane, whether the way station's open or closed, but I just didn't feel like getting over there. Is this the crazy cat lady? That is her. I am 90% sure that's her. She's out here hauling ass now. She's doing like 80 miles an hour. She's got to go get her kitty litter. I have got a stray cat in my neighborhood that I would love to kill. I've been having issues with this cat for years, several years. What it does is I have these vents around the awning of my house that have wire mesh, and this cat climbs up the side of my house and rips out the wire mesh and crawls into my attic space through those awnings, those vents. And the main reason it goes in there is because there are birds that nest in my attic, or they used to. There was some birds that used to nest in my kitchen window. Right above my kitchen window, there was a little gap where you could get into the attic, a really thin, tiny little gap that a bird could barely fit through. And the birds found it, and they started nesting there, and they nested there every year. And that cat could hear the birds up there, and it was constantly trying to get into that area. I can't count the number of times that cat, I could hear it walking around in my attic, and I would get in there banging on the walls and stuff to try to run that cat out, and the cat would take off. Well, the cat eventually made it through the attic all the way over to where those birds were at, and the cat clawed its way through the drywall. After it made it to the birds, instead of going out the same way that it came in, it dug its way through the drywall and came out in my dining room. So now I have a hole in the drywall in my dining room from where that cat clawed its way, dug through the drywall. And then I chased the cat through the house, and the cat jumped back into that hole in the drywall, ran through the attic, and came back out the awning vent. I didn't actually see it come out the awning vent, but the reason I know it came out the awning vent is because there was a trail of insulation going down the side of my house across my yard where the cat came out the awning vent, and it tracked insulation all over the place. I hate cats. I really hate cats. There's been a few cats that I've encountered that are okay. They're nice. I like them. But in general, I dislike cats. A little windy out here. I'm getting some left to right breeze. Love's in 5 miles. Exit Highway 50. They've got a Hardee's. They still got Hardee's up here. That's like the second Love's in Nebraska that I've seen that had a Hardee's. And I don't know if Hardee's and Carl's Jr. have the same menu. The guacamole burger at Carl's Jr., I really like that. Just sitting here thinking about this is making me crave like fast food. When I get back to the house, if Jack in the Box is open, I'm going to go buy Jack in the Box on the way home. I'm going to eat some Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box has some of the best deals on food. Like their tacos. Oh my goodness, Jack in the Box tacos are good. I actually prefer Jack in the Box tacos over Taco Bell. Taco Bell has really gone downhill with their food over the years. Their prices have gotten insane, and the quality of their food has gone down dramatically. I'm sure that's great for their profit margins. But like a 12-pack of tacos at Taco Bell is anywhere, like it used to be $12 for a 12-pack of tacos. Well, I think whenever they started the taco 12-pack, it was 12 for $12. which is still way too expensive. $1 for a taco. You realize how cheap it is to make a taco? Even with how expensive food is now, you can still make a taco for like 25 cents. But now the taco 12 pack, I'm not sure exactly how much they charge for it, because the prices that I typically see are truck stop prices. And the last time I saw a taco 12 pack at a truck stop, it was like $30. But I'm not sure what the normal store prices are. I think a taco 12 pack is around $20. They're charging almost $1.50 a taco. Or right around $1. Actually, it's more than $1.50 a taco. $1.50 a taco would be $18. So they're charging over $1.50 for a taco. But if you go to Jack in the Box, you can get 2 tacos for $1.50. It's half the price. Less than half the price. You can get 12 tacos for $6. So a taco 12 pack for $6 at Jack in the Box. I still think that is a little bit expensive for tacos, but it's reasonable. Wait, is it? Let me redo the math on that. Is it $6 for 12 tacos? It's 2 for $1.50, 4 for $3. It would be 8 for $6. I'm sorry. 8 tacos for $6. It would be $9 for a taco 12 pack, I think. $3 would get you 4 tacos. So 4 times 3 is 12. So yeah, I think it's $9. So my bad. It's not $6. $9. Sorry, I'm trying to drive and do math, and it's not working out. I'm losing this fight. It's still a pretty good deal. I think it's a little overpriced at $9 for 12 tacos. But whenever you compare it against the other outrageous prices in the industry, it seems like it's pretty cheap. Whenever Taco Bell is charging $20 for the exact same thing, Taco Bell is charging more than double for the exact same thing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit up Jack in the Box on the way home. That sounds good. We got a ways to go until I get to the house. It's looking like Auburn Public Schools. It's a school van that just passed me. It's looking like I'm not going to be at the house until Friday. I would have been home Thursday if I were able to rearrange the trailer. But without being able to rearrange the trailer, it basically adds a day of driving. I just started thinking about fuel prices. Ugh, bumpy, bumpy. And I was just thinking, man, truck drivers need to be really careful out here over the road. They need to be really paying attention to what's going on over in the Middle East and what's going on with fuel and oil prices. I could see people getting out over the road and then just like having trouble getting back home, or like just getting stuck and they can't afford to keep driving if fuel prices go up like I think they're going to go up. I think we could easily see $10 a gallon diesel prices. Easy. That could easily happen. I've already seen diesel prices at $7 a gallon. We're not very far from 10. And just think about that. Somebody who doesn't have like some amazing discounts, let's say you're actually paying $10 for fuel. How much would it take to fill the tank up? I have two 100-gallon tanks on my truck. That's 200 gallons of fuel. That's fairly standard in the industry. There are people that have dual 150 tanks. There are people who have dual 75 tanks. I think there are people out there with dual 200 or 250-gallon tanks. But two 100-gallon tanks is pretty standard in the industry. So 200 gallons of fuel. How long does it take you to go through 200 gallons of fuel? About 2 days. The average truck uses about 100 gallons of fuel per day, approximately 100 gallons a day. If fuel prices get to $10 a gallon and you're averaging 100 gallons a day, that's $1,000 a day in fuel. On a 6-day work week, that's $6,000 a week in fuel. That is going to put a lot of people out of business. All right, I got 14 miles until my exit, and I'm catching up with a slow flatbed or step deck, whatever. They're all flatbeds to me. There are What I'm thinking right now is I'm going to end this drive shift at a TA so I can get a shower. So there is a TA in Oakley. All right, I want to speed up to get around this. All right, this flatbed is catching up with another slow vehicle. I hope I don't jam them in. I'm going to speed up to like 75 to get around these two slow vehicles faster. I'm not sure how far I'm going to be able to make it because it's a long drive to Garden City. But there's a TA in Oakley, which is where you get off I-70 to take the highway down to Garden City. And then it's like an 80-mile drive from Oakley down to Garden City. And down in Garden City, there's another TA. So I think I'm going to stop in either the TA in Oakley or the TA in Garden City and take my 10 there, depending on like how far I can make it. I'll figure out what the mileage is and do the calculation on all that with my hours of service, and just I'll figure out how far I can make it. I'm pretty sure that I can't make it all the way to Garden City. Oh my goodness. Osage Beach, Missouri to Tulsa, Oklahoma for $5.84 a mile. Okay, that's not a very far run. I have my load alert set up to show me loads coming out of the Kansas City area headed to the Oklahoma City area. I'm looking for a load to get home on after I finish all of this. And I don't have it set up to only show me loads that pick up after I finish delivery. I'm just trying to get an idea of what loads are popping up in the, that are doing that. So this load probably picks up before I can pick it up. But after this pickup makes it around me, I'm going to click on the load. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 55 up ahead. Let's turn the cruise control off at 70 and start slowing down. So it's paying almost $6 a mile, but it's a short run. So it's $1,588 at $5.84 a mile. And yeah, it's a decent deadhead to go pick it up in Missouri. And it's a hazmat load. So it's not a great load. $12 miles until we get to Menards. Great. This truck is pulled out in front of me. That's what I would do with a hazmat truck, is just pull out onto a 70-mile-per-hour highway in front of a truck. When I'm hauling hazmat, that's how I roll. Just pull out in front of 70-mile-per-hour vehicles. All right, speed limit's back up to 70, so we're turning the cruise back on. Yeah, hopefully I can make it to the TA in Garden City. That's where I would like to. Let me just think about this. Let me think. I have about 7 hours of drive time left. Let's think about the 14-hour clock. I started today at 7:30 a.m. That means that I can go until 9:30 p.m. I'm probably going to finish in Lincoln by about 4 p.m. It might be a little before 4, like 3:30 or so. So let's say 4 p.m. and I can go until 9:30. That gives me 5.5 hours at a 60 mile per hour average. That's a little over 300 miles, 330 miles. I don't think I can make it all the way down to Garden City. I think Garden City is going to be closer to 400 miles or more. I know that from Salina, Kansas to Garden City is like over 200 miles. I think it's right around 200 miles. And I probably have 150 miles just to get to Salina. Got a car on the shoulder up ahead. The four-wheelers are a decent ways behind me, about 1,000 feet behind me. So I'm going to go ahead and move over. Yeah, I'm not sure what the exact mileage is, but just ballpark off the top of my head, I think it's around 350 miles approximately to Garden City. I just don't think I could make it all. You know, it would be cutting it real close. If it was actually 350 miles, I might be able to make it all the way down there. So today is Tuesday. That means if I start my day tomorrow in Garden City, I have like a 150-mile drive on country bumpkin roads to get to Wichita. So it's going to take about 3 hours after I finish in Garden City. I'm going to get to Wichita like probably around noon tomorrow is when I'll get to Wichita. And then I have a ton of deliveries around Wichita. Then I have to go to Hutchins, which is not too far, just northwest of Wichita. And then I have Salina. And in Salina, I have a Lowe's. I'm pretty sure I have a Lowe's in Salina. I have multiple Lowe's in Wichita. And then I have, I think, a Lowe's in Salina. So I'm going to be stuck in the central part of Wichita tomorrow because of Lowe's shipping and receiving closing at 4 p.m.
2 miles, take the exit toward Nebraska Parkway.
Just a second here. Catching up with a really slow vehicle. My exit's in 2 miles, but this vehicle's going really slow. And these four-wheelers are going really, really slow. What the hell? Great. I'm just stuck here behind slow traffic for the next 2 miles. We're doing 60 and a 70. All right, this is our exit. We're still 3.5 miles away from Menards, so we're gonna have to go a little ways down this road to get there.
Take the exit toward Nebraska Parkway.
The Menards and Lowe's are both off of this road, this Nebraska Parkway or whatever it's called.
Slight right onto the ramp to Nebraska Parkway, then merge onto Nebraska Parkway.
Ooh, I get my own lane. Yay.
Nebraska Parkway for 2 miles.
So yeah, I'll probably tomorrow I'll end my day probably in Salina. So that'll be Wednesday. Today's Tuesday, right? So that'll be Wednesday. I'll probably end my day in Salina. And then Thursday, I'll have to do the Salina delivery, and then Manhattan, Topeka, Lawrence, and then my 3 Kansas City deliveries. And I'll finish the day Thursday, probably around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know. It's a decent amount of driving to make it all the way from Salina to Kansas City. All right, red lights upcoming. Be prepared to stop when flashing. So they're light's about to turn, so start slowing down. I can see the Menards over on the right. So the distance from Kansas City to Oklahoma City, I think it's like 350 miles. It might be close to 400 miles. So that would be
In a quarter mile, turn right onto South 87th Street.
like 7 hours of driving, maybe more. So we'll say 7 hours of driving. That would be cutting it really close
Turn right onto South 87th Street.
on whether or not
First right onto Andermatt Drive.
I would be able to make it. If you calm yourself down, four-wheeler. Some jackass just flew by me in the same lane that I was in. Semi trucks,
Right onto Andermatt
no
Drive.
left turn.
Take your first left onto South 89th Street.
Well, it's a good thing that I wasn't wanting to turn left. Oh my goodness, you assholes. They have all of this shit set up with all kinds of curbs and rocks and crap. So if you go over the curb, you're going to ruin your truck. Got these narrow ass roads. This pisses me off. There's a car hauling ass around the turn right there. I'm not going to stop for your stupid ass. You're going way too fast for these roads. When I started my turn, that car wasn't there. I'm going to pull in here. Pulling in at the next one would have been more difficult. And nobody coming across here. Oh. All right, what we got? We got 21 windows. Let's get the seatbelt off. 21 windows. All right. Okay. All right. All right, so this is the second time this has happened today where they told me to go park.
Your destination is on the right.
Out here, just go. He just said go park alongside the building. Like, there's not really anywhere to park alongside the building.
Your destination is on the right.
I'm just gonna park right here. I don't know, man. I don't want to keep just backing into the damn roadway. And if I park alongside the building where he wants me to park, then that's gonna be a pain in the ass for me to move back over to go through that middle entryway. All right, it's about as far back as I dare go. I'm going to tell him to let me through this gate over here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to park alongside the building here, and then when they're cleared to let me go, I'm going to tell them to let me through this gate instead of the normal gate. All right, that's good enough. We're going to park right there. Let's get off the drive line. I'm going to go into the sleeper. It is 1:42. This should not be too big of a problem. This shouldn't be a very long delay, hopefully, and I should still be able to easily make it to the Lowe's. What I can go ahead and do now is I can plot the Lowe's, and I might be able to go ahead and plot the Menards as well. Second here. Alright, the Lowe's is 6101 Apples Way. .4 miles away. Yeah, getting to this other Menards is going to be a pain in the ass. right. I've got the rest of my stuff plotted. 18 miles total.
Exit the parking lot towards South 89th Street.
All right. So we got everything plotted on the phone. And pretty much made the decision that we're going to Garden City. I'm not going to try to do Kansas City. There's just too many windows I would have to move. And it's just not realistic. I don't have enough room in the trailer. I haven't unloaded enough windows yet. Almost all of my deliveries are in the Wichita, Salina area. So I would have to basically reload the trailer. And I talked about this yesterday, I think, or it might have been today. It takes them like a week to load these trailers. So for me to get in there and unload the trailer and basically reload it, that could turn into an all-day task. And I'm just not even sure if I have enough room in the trailer to do it. And it would be a lot of work. I didn't think I was going to be sitting here this long. It's only been 9 minutes. But it usually doesn't take them very long to unload a trailer. Because most of these deliveries are not like full trailer deliveries. So it's saying that the Menards is 296 miles. The Garden City Menards, it's saying it's 296 miles. But that's taking the shortcut. That's taking country bumpkin roads. Well, no, now it's saying it's 405 miles. Oh my goodness, I fucking hate Google Maps so much. I'm having to add in a whole bunch of plot points to get Google to route me on major roads instead of having me like take dirt roads there. Yeah, 466 miles from where I'm at right now to do these deliveries, and then to make it all the way to the Menards in Garden City would be 466 miles. I have 7 hours of drive time. I cannot make it all the way to Garden City. I'll be lucky to make it to Oakley. So if I get out of here by 4, that means I can drive until 9:30. That'll be 5.5 hours. It means I can drive about 330 miles. I'm going to come up like 130 miles short. I can't even make it to Oakley. I'll have to figure this out once I finish with the deliveries here, because right now there's just too much guessing involved. Let me check and see if there's a TA on Highway 81. So right where you get onto Highway 81, there's a TA. I don't want to stop that short. Let me try the actual TA app, because there might be some truck stops that are not listed on Landstar's fuel app. Nope, the TA in Oakley. There's a TA and TA Petro and Salina. But I would have to go a couple of miles in the wrong direction to get to it. Not really wanting to do that. and I'm going to be rolling up in there late at night, like after 8 p.m. most likely. It's tough to find a parking spot in these places after 8 p.m. So as much as I would like to get a shower at the end of this drive shift, it doesn't look like it's in the cards. We're just going to get stinky. I see a Menards truck over to the left. It's probably headed this way. Yeah, it looks like it's pulling in here. I hope that they don't bump me even further. What the hell is the gate attendant doing? Why is the gate attendant even talking with the Menards driver? They should just be like opening up the gate for him. I'm going to grab a snack. I'm going to grab one of those chocolate wafers. Peanut butter bars. Wafer peanut butter bars. Great value wafer peanut butter bars. Are really good. All right, I'm going to pause this while I eat. It is, what time is it? 2:03 p.m. Oh, sweet. I see a truck pulling out right now. I'm going to ask him if he can open up this, whenever he waves me in. Oh, is this... Oh, my goodness. There's a Menards truck backing in right now. Now let's see if he waves me in. He's waving me in. All right, I can make it through that middle one. I can make this. He's already opened up the gate on the middle one.
Ducks are around the corner.
All right.
Go ahead and back into the one that's open. Watch out for the backhoe. He's switching trailers back there.
All right. Thank you. He said to watch out for the, I don't know what he called him, but the local driver is swapping trailers. He's doing a drop and hook. Oh man, this is going to be a little bit tight. Shouldn't be too bad, but they're using all of the maneuvering space around out here as storage. So it's going to be a pretty tight U-turn to flip around here. He's cranking down the landing gear right now. I'm going to go ahead and let him pull out before I do my maneuver. He just waved me on. He just pulled out behind me. I'm going to go ahead and open up my doors right here because I'm not really blocking anything right here. So I'm going to go ahead and open them while he's doing his maneuver. All right. I'll start backing up. He pulled out, and I have so much room behind me. I pulled up so far that he pulled out and hooked over. He drove behind me and hooked up to that other trailer. I'm gonna have to be careful. He's jacking the landing gear right now and walking down the side. Now he's walking behind me over to the other trailer. All right, we are nudged to the door. And I'm going to pause this while we go unload. Be back in a minute. All right, it's 2:28. I've been here for a total of about 46 minutes, including the wait to get in here.
Exit the parking lot toward Andermatt Drive.
And now we're going to get out of here. I'm just checking for anybody coming from the right side. And that looks like just a piece of cardboard in the road. I'm not worried about running over that. So we're clear. I'm going to swing out really wide. Wish they didn't have all this crap piled up everywhere. All right, he's just waving me through. So I'm going to park out here far enough that the car behind me can exit and close the doors. All right, here we go. I'll be back in a minute. All right, now off to Lowe's, and hopefully Lowe's doesn't give me any drama about appointment times. All right, let's go out to the right this time. Watch for cars coming from the left here around this blind corner. All right, we're clear. And I can't see to the right very well. All right, we're clear. Oh my goodness, this is a nasty little tight turn. And they've got boulders. Oh my goodness, that's close. I went just a hair over the curb right there.
At the stop sign, turn right onto Andermatt Drive. Then at the next stop sign, you'll turn left.
Oh my goodness, this is so ridiculously tight. And they have these damn boulders and crap everywhere. I'm just missing the curbs by inches.
Use the right 2 lanes to turn right.
All right, we're clear.
Nebraska Parkway.
Making sure nobody's trying to pass me on the right. All right, 2 miles until I make a left turn. I'm not counting that as going over the curb because it was one of those like edged curbs that were kind of meant to be driven over, kind of like in a roundabout. That one doesn't count. And I've lost count anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I'm either at 2 or 3. I can't remember which it is. I don't know why they would put such thick medians on those roads like that, just to make it like harder for vehicles to maneuver through there. They could have just turned that into roadway. But instead they made these big ass medians with huge boulders in them just to make the lanes tighter. Maybe there is a logical reason to it. Maybe they're running utilities underneath that section of the road or something. Yeah, just pull on out there in front of me. Let me hit my brakes for you. I hope that's not something wrong with my truck. I'm wobbling. I hope that's the roadway. I have a wobble in the steering right now. All right, after this light, yeah, just cut me off, slam on your brakes. It's not like I'm trying to come to a stop or anything. After this light, I'm going to get over in the left lane and get ready for my left turn. But yeah, that right there is something people commonly do whenever you're trying to come to a stop. People will cut you off and slam on their brakes, reduce your stopping distance. It's like people's brains don't function or something. It's like, yeah, let's pull in front of a large, heavy vehicle that's trying to come to a stop. Let's just pull out in front of it and cut it off and slam on our brakes in front of it. People do not think rationally when they're behind the wheel of a vehicle. They don't appreciate the ramifications of their actions. They don't appreciate how dangerous it is. People become very complacent. Like whenever they first start driving, they're terrified. But after they've been driving for a short amount of time, the fear just kind of goes away. And they're driving completely fearless. Well, hopefully I'm going to be able to get over in that left lane. Traffic built up pretty bad at that light. There's like 5 or 6 more cars. And then the cars behind me are probably going to start jumping out in the left lane. All right, after these 2 cars, I think I might cars behind me are starting to jump out. I'm just going to put my signal on. Otherwise, I'm never going to get over. I'm clear to make the left right now. Left on a yellow. I'm gonna make your day, punk. Trucks. No right turn. That right there is the way that Google was trying to route me, was to make that right turn right there. And this is the, I rerouted it to force me to go this way because I didn't want to go that way.
In 600 feet, turn right onto Artisan Way.
And there's a big sign there that says trucks aren't supposed to go that way anyway. Why did they put these curves out here? I'm going to take my seatbelt off so I can look around for maneuvering. These narrow ass roads, and they put these damn curbs out in them.
Turn right onto Artisan
Make them even more narrow.
Destination will be on the right. Your destination is on the right.
Alright, right here's the Lowe's dock. There's an open spot. Yay. So this was the one I was really concerned about. We're going to have to blindside this. All right, let me just get out and see how I'm lined up real quick. I'm the trailer's at a really good angle, but for me to get back in front of the trailer, I'm going to mess up the angle. So we're probably going to have to do a few little maneuvers here. All right, let me see. What we got going on here? All right, we're good. Ugh. Just need to go straight back. And now start cutting. All right, I'm gonna get out and look. I think I'm like perfect, but we're just gonna double check. I don't want to bump into something and be like, oh, I didn't realize that was there. We're just about perfect. All right, I'm gonna get out and double check again. It's blindside, man. Get out and look, because I can't see anything. We're perfect. Double check this side. Perfect. We're just gonna keep getting out and looking, man. We don't back up on hopes and dreams. All right, we're like straight in there. We are lined up absolutely perfect. So now I didn't expect to be in this perfect. I thought I was going to have to do a whole bunch more pull-ups. So we'll pull up. We're straight into the dock right now. I'm just going to pull up and pop open the doors. All right. Now let's get back in there. Come over to the left. Just a little bit. Not much. All right, now let's nudge. Oop. I thought we touched it. We didn't. I started to just let go of the brakes. And we just squirted off. All right, there we go. We just nudged it. All right, I'll be back in a minute. It is 2:46 p.m. All right, we're all done. Doors are closed. I'm pulled out of the dock. We're about to start making our way to the last delivery before the long walk. Keeping us looking for vehicles coming around. I can't see anything. They got all this crap piled up out here. It's blocking the vision, so you just can't see down the road.
In 400 feet, turn right on Apple's Way.
All right, let's try to make it around this damn roundabout.
Turn right on Apple's Way.
Can't believe they would put this crap here on a truck entrance. Rubber hoses. We need to start beating people with them. Those damn branches. Oh my goodness. I went up over the gravel on the left and I was knocking out branches on the right. That's what I love, is branches scraping down the side of my truck. If I ever come back here, I'm probably not going to go around. I'm probably just going to cut across. That would probably be safer and easier. Instead of going around the roundabout, just make a left turn across it. Just go up and over that curb right there.
The next one, use the left 2 lanes to turn left.
All right, we're hopping back onto this parkway, Nebraska Parkway. We're going to take it to the interstate.
Turn right, turn left onto Nebraska Parkway.
Now, if I would have been able to go to Kansas City after these deliveries, then I would have done these in the opposite order. I would have done the one up top north of town first, and then dropped down and done these two, and then hopped on that State Road 2 and taken that out to Interstate 29, and then taken 29 down to Kansas City. This is actually good that the light is prioritizing the main road. It's a really busy road. Come on, man. There's prioritization, and then there's just like, damn, I don't want to sit here for 30 minutes. All right, I see traffic stopping. We got a green. This person's going to cut me off. Second here, I'm keeping an eye on this white SUV. They just flew up on that Volkswagen, slammed on their brakes on them. Yep, that's what that space is there for. That's the reason, I was slowing down way back here, was so that you could cut me off and reduce my stopping distance. That's why we're here. We're just NPCs in your world. I'm still just thinking about how they loaded this trailer and how ridiculous this it is, that I'm going to have to do this almost 500-mile drive to Garden City. And then I'm going to have to drive like 500 miles back across the state of Kansas. It is so stupid how they routed this. They told me that they would take my route into consideration next time they did one of these loads. So next time they do one of these loads, they might reroute it And that might piss some other people off because the way I want it routed is probably not the same way everybody else wants it routed. Who in the hell wants to end the delivery out in Garden City, Kansas? You're going to have a like 300 to 400 mile deadhead all the way to Kansas City to get your next load. So that's probably the reason that it was originally routed to end in Kansas City with all this extra mileage, was so that your mileage would be paid to get you to Kansas City. Because if they reroute this to where you end in Garden City, then it's just going to pay like 300 or 400 miles less, and you're going to end out in Garden City, and you're going to have to drive unpaid all the way to Kansas City to get your next load, because there are no loads coming out of Garden City, Kansas. I mean, there might be a load coming out of Garden City. It's going to be rare to find one, and it's probably not going to pay anything. Kansas City is the nearest decent freight market. Yeah, just cut off the truck. Everybody cut off the truck. It's the reason you have to be very careful in heavy traffic like this about having too big of a gap in front of you, is that these fearless cars will just start doing really dangerous stuff in front of you. Trucks cannot turn right. I think this is the road that Google was trying to route me on to drive up to the Menards on the north side of town. It was going to have me take this 27th Street, I think it is. I think this is the street it was going to have me drive. It was some like residential street. Maybe not residential, but just some like normal city street, not like a main street truck route like this. And it was going to have me drive like 5 or 6 miles through a whole bunch of residential communities. But it looks like a lot of people have had Google route them that way in trucks, and they got tired of it, so they put up a sign that said no trucks. Sorry, I'm quiet. I'm just watching all of the traffic, making sure nobody pulls out in front of me. I don't like driving in cities, especially like on residential streets or city streets where there's cross traffic. Anybody can just come out of nowhere, drive across the road, or turn in front of you, pull in front of you, or whatever. It's a lot of stuff to pay attention to. Like this person just did a U-turn in front of me, and now they're going to make a right turn. I can understand that. Long John Silver's, I do the same. Dude, they shut down all the Long John Silver's around me. Like they all went out of business. It's really hard to find a Long John Silver's in Oklahoma City. I'm one of the few people that likes Long John Silver's. To I-80, left lane. Okay.
608, keep left to stay on Nebraska Parkway. Follow signs for West Van Dorn Street, Nebraska 2. Keep left to stay on Nebraska Parkway, then use any lane to turn slightly left onto Van Dorn Street. At the light, take a slight left onto Van Dorn Street.
All right, 1 mile until we get on the interstate. We're not going to be on the interstate for long, and then I'm going to hop onto Highway 6 and basically take Highway 6 all the way to the Menards. You better stay green. I'm going downhill. Don't want to have to slam on the brakes.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the US 77 north ramp to I-80.
All right, we're getting close. Truck route, man, I'm on it. Like I'm routing and I'm trucking. I'm route trucking and I'm truck routing.
Continue on US 77 north for 2 miles.
All right, let's see if we can catch up and tag Prime. There's nobody coming wide open to get on. Got a Jeep on the shoulder. Looks like it's already been, nope, there's somebody sitting in the driver's seat. I was about to say, it looks like it's already been tagged. I thought I saw an orange sticker on it, but the person driving it was wearing an orange shirt. Just cruising, doing 55, hanging behind Prime. It is 3:13, 3:14. But we're done with Lowe's, so we don't have to worry about the 4 o'clock anymore. That Lowe's was a really easy delivery. They buzzed me in, and the shipping and receiving person never even talked to me. She just sat in the office playing on her computer, and there was some guy that was in there doing all the work, and he just looked at me whenever I walked in there, and I said 3 windows, and then he just walked over there and helped me unload them, signed my paperwork, and I left.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the I-80 east ramp to Municipal Airport, Omaha.
Now that was Highway 6 west. I want to get onto Highway 6 east. onto I-80. And in 5 miles, I'm going to exit. The wobble is gone, so it must have just been the roadway. That's West Cornhusker Highway. I want to get on East Cornhusker Highway. Or maybe it's Cornhusker Road that I'm going to be driving on, which is also Highway 6, I think. I can't remember. Oh my God, Google. That was my exit right there. Google is trying to reroute me on some stupid shit, but I can fix it. I just zoomed out because that didn't make any sense. I was like, I should have gotten off right there. But Google's rerouting me on some really ridiculously stupid shit, but I can fix it. I'm going to hop on this Interstate 180 South. This is one of the routes that I considered taking, was this 180 South. This is just going to add like a mile to my route. Oh my God, Google rerouting me makes me so mad. I put in a whole bunch of plot points to try to get Google to route me the way that I wanted to go, and Google is still rerouting me. This is like, Google had me drive way past.
Continue on I-180 south for 1 mile.
We're just driving all over Lincoln, Nebraska.
In half a mile, take exit 2, US 6 East. Take exit 2.
All right, 20 mile per hour turn. Ooh, I'm clear. I'm clear. But traffic is catching up with me quick.
I-80 alternate for 1.5 miles.
1.5 miles. I need to make a left. Damn it. I want to get over now, but there's just so many cars behind me passing me. I can't get over. So as soon as I see any kind of opening, there's a cop back there. So hopefully that'll help me get over. If I put on my signal to get over and people know there's a cop around, people will let me over. Traffic is thick. $14.9 bridge coming up. All right, I see an opening. I'm taking it. All right, 1/2 mile until our left turn. Green light. You know, it'd be nice if you're in your lane, four-wheeler.
At the next light, use the second from the left lane to turn left.
All right. Oh, Home Depot.
At the light, turn left onto North 27th Street, I-80 alternate.
This better not be a Home Depot. No, it's further down. The Menards is further down. I was gonna be mad if I got here and it was actually a Home Depot load that was labeled as Menards.
Go past this light and take your next right onto Counter Road.
What the shit? Is this?
Onto Counter Road. Then you'll turn left onto North 28th Street, Menard Drive.
Okay, there is a Menards there. I was like, oh my god, what's going on? All right, slow down, car.
Turn left onto North 28th Street, Menard Drive. Then you'll take your first right onto North 29th Street.
There's the Menards is like right in front of me. It's right next door to this damn Home Depot. Well, that had me worried there for a minute.
North 29th Street.
So I'm gonna wait for this van to get out of here because I need all the lane. All right, we're here.
Destination is on the right.
Oh man, when I was like, man, did I screw up and I like plotted in a Home Depot by mistake? What's going on here? How many I got? 3 windows. Three windows.
3 windows? Okay.
Are they to the left or the right? All right, thank you. Trying to. Oh, there's docks over there to the right, but those are not the docks that they want me to go into. Oh shit, right there they are. Yeah, I asked him if the docks are over to the left or right, and he said the left. Well, we're not perfectly lined up, but we're fairly straight in. Close enough. I'm proud of it. I'll be back in a sec. All right. After we get unloaded, I'm going to have to figure out where I'm going to drive to. I've got 6 hours on my clock right now, and I think that's my 14-hour clock. That's 360 miles. If I could magically hit the road right now, but I can't. So we'll say somewhere around 300 miles that I can drive. ballpark rough estimate. And it's like 460 miles. Well, maybe not that far. The 466 miles was including these stops, I think. I'll have to see what the mileage is when I get done unloading this. All right, we're nudged. All right, be back in a minute. All right, all done. It is, that just took a couple minutes, 3:39 p.m. And yeah, I have 6 hours of driving left, 6 hours and 2 minutes, but I only have 5 hours and 54 minutes of 14 hours. So I'm running up against my 14-hour clock. So I can go until about 9:30 p.m. So let's plot this out. $307 miles. All right, if I take the route that I want to, tell me what the mileage is. 363 miles to get to the TA in Oakley. I don't think I can make that. So I'm looking for a stopping point. What would be amazing is one of these well, no, that's Nebraska, never mind. All right, I picked out a spot that's 254 miles away. Let me see how it's routing me to get out of here. Okay, that's okay. It's basically having me take that Highway 6. That I was supposed to initially come in on. It's having me take that all the way out. All right, so let's turn on the lights, turn on the four-ways. And now we have this really long drive to Garden City, Kansas. Where in the hell is Creek going? Is Creek going to that other set of docks over there?
9th Street, Menard Drive.
Yeah, I think Creek's going to those other docks. I don't think they use those docks.
Turn left
Or maybe they do.
9th Street, Menard Drive. Then you'll turn left onto North 28th
I don't know.
Street, Menard Drive.
Creek's backing into them. He told me to just pull forward. All right, he gave me a thumbs up. All right, I'm going to pull far enough forward that the pickup behind me can get out. All right, be back in a minute.
Exit the parking lot toward Menard Drive.
Went ahead and took my jacket off since I'm going to be driving for a long time. All right, I was debating on whether to go out this way or dip back over to the road that I came in on, over here to the left.
Take your next left onto Menard Drive.
I'm just going to go out this way.
Menard Drive.
There's a lot of traffic on this road. And I can't really see shit to my right. I'm just going to have to trust that there's nobody coming. And there was nobody coming. I couldn't see even using my hood mirror and my little...
Go past Gather Road and turn right onto 9th Street.
No right turns for trucks with trailers. So this road that I came in on, trucks are not supposed to come in on that road. Just a second here. I do not have the right of way. There's the cars don't have a stop sign there, and they're supposed to have a stop sign coming the other direction, but the sign's gone from the pole. So I was the only one at that intersection that had a damn stop sign.
Turn right onto Knox Street. Then you'll take your first left onto North 27th Street, I-80 alternate.
So I was supposed to pull in right here at the light. All right. Swing way out here.
alternate.
Still touched the curb. I went over the curb a little bit. All right, we're making a left. Left at this light and then a right at the next light. And I'm parked in the middle of the road, so luckily there's nobody behind me, but I'm blocking that right turn lane. I feel bad about it, but you know what? It's really tight little roads. Sorry, four-wheelers. There's a long, there we go, light. I'm going to swing over to the right lane because we're making a right turn.
At the next light, turn right.
All right, we got a green arrow for the right turn.
Right onto I-80 alternate.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. Please be enough room. All right, we got enough room. Easily cleared that curb. Now we're just driving this road to the interstate. So I asked the people there in the shipping and receiving office if they heard anything about gelled wind. I told them that I've been hearing that some places are thinking about dropping them. They're negotiating with other other companies, and everybody's basically stopped stocking them on the shelves. It's like customer order only. And they're like, yeah, we don't stock them on the shelves anymore. And he said that last time they talked to their gelled wind rep,
Half a mile. Continue straight onto
their gelled wind rep wasn't too happy about being customer order only, like special order only. Truck route, left.
Continue straight onto Cornhusker Highway, I-80 alternate. Continue for 2 miles.
Yeah, maybe trucks are not supposed to be on this road. I don't know, but I'm doing it. Well, there's a truck. There's a trucking like supplies. There's like a couple of trucks for sale with trailers right there, and there's more trucks and trailers. Red light. So there's obviously lots of trucks and trailers. I wonder what the hell that truck route thing was. It's like truck route, make a left turn. There's lots of trucks up and down this road. And there's businesses and stuff that require trucks. So I didn't see any sign that said no trucks, all trucks must take truck route or anything like that. There's 2 cops. Lincoln Police. I've got 1 mile until I get on the interstate. There's the interstate. It's going to be a right turn to get onto 80 westbound. And it is 3:55, it looks like. Hard to tell.
Next light, turn right onto the I-80 West ramp.
Oh, that is not where I wanted to go. That's like auto sales. This is the turn.
At the light, turn right onto the I-80 West ramp.
All right, I want to make a right on a red, but nobody's moving. I don't know who has the right of way right now. And I don't want to just pull out in front of people. It looks like the cross traffic just got the green light. I want to pull out on this red, but I can't tell how fast these cars are going. Oh man, they're making a left turn. Everybody's turning left and right, so I'm clear to go.
In 1,000 feet, merge onto I-80 West.
All right, it should be nice roads from here on out.
Continue on I-80 West, 26 miles.
"45 miles until we get onto Highway 81. So we've got 45 miles of I-80 and then highway driving on Highway 81, cutting down from Interstate 80 to Interstate 70. Road work at mile marker 395. Head-to-head traffic, expect delays. Mile marker 395. Oh, crap. That's 2 miles. Head-to-head traffic, that means bidirectional, or what some people refer to as two-way, which means we're most likely going down to single lane. I'm going to move over a lane because there's a whole bunch of traffic merging on right here. And I don't know what's happening in this construction. I would prefer to be in the center when I don't know where I need to go. Speed limit's 55. I'm doing 60. And this super trucker is just hauling ass through here at like 75. Max width 10 feet. Next 8 miles. So we're about to go through 8 miles of bidirectional. What's crazy is I'm not seeing, all right, trucks use left lane next 8 miles. So we're not losing a lane? What? Well, the other trucks are doing it. I normally ignore that crap. Whenever they have construction, it's like trucks use the left lane for the next 8 miles. Whenever they usually put that crap up there, it's because the left lane sucks and they want the trucks in the shitty lane. Whatever lane they tell the trucks to get into is usually the narrow, shitty lane. Screw whoever does that crap. Oh, so it looks like we're going to the other side of the interstate, but they have it set up to where we're staying 2 lanes. We're not going single lane. That's awesome. That's going to help a lot. Yeah, they've got the trucks in the lane that's right up against the damn wall. Well, the right lane's up against a wall too. Well, actually, the left lane's better. And that right lane has drainage grates, like every few hundred feet. That crap can grab a hold of your tires and jerk you around. So the left lane is the good lane. I'm behind the only vehicle obeying the speed limit. 55 mile per hour speed limit. And I'm behind the only vehicle doing it. Well, right there is a new bridge that they're working on, but it looks like they're doing more than bridge work. They're completely replacing the road. All right, let's grab a soda. Oh my goodness, man. My neck is so like torn up from this seat belt. I hate this seat belt so much. I don't know why they mount the seat belt so high up in the air to where instead of it coming over your shoulder, it comes across your neck because they mount it up so high. What do they make these seat belts for? Like people that are 10 feet tall? Is this another bridge? And this is a really expensive project here. Multiple bridges, completely redoing the roadway, like completely ripping out the old road. Not just paving over the top of the old road. Oh, we got a super trucker out here passing everybody, doing 70 and a 55. A lot of people that drive pickups think that these signs about trucks refer to them, so that pickup keeps jumping over into the left lane. I've seen people in pickups pull into way stations because they think that they're driving trucks. We got another super trucker flying up in the right lane. Oh, they just dipped over to the left lane. So he is traveling in the left lane, but he's jumping over to the right lane to pass. Oh, he pissed somebody off. So there was a truck in the left lane. Some super trucker flew by him in the right lane and then moved over to the left lane in front of him. And then the truck that he just passed hopped over in the right lane, is now passing him. So this truck that's flying by me right now was hanging back in the left lane, and after they got past, they got mad, hopped over in the right lane and floored it. Rick Johnson Cartage. Get in your lane, Rick Johnson. Ricky Bobby over here tailgating, speeding in the wrong damn lane. He's out here just looking to shake and bake. All right, looks like the construction's about to end. And then everybody's going to be fighting to pass each other when the speed limit goes up. We're going to have to figure out how fast everybody wants to go. So I'm just going to dip in behind this truck and see how fast they end up going, and then I'll make a decision on whether to pass them. Well, I'm doing 63 and I'm going faster than them, but we are going a little bit uphill, so maybe they're just heavy. But either way, I'm not going to sit back behind them and chill. Doing 67 right now and flying by them. It's starting to get cool in here. My temperature gauge says it's 40 outside, but I had I was hot, so I turned the temperature all the way over to cold. It's starting to get cool. So let's turn it over to like medium. Put it halfway in between hot and cold and see what we get. My cruise still set at 70. Let's turn the cruise on. Yep, it is. All right, just turn the cruise on. We're still going uphill, so I haven't been able to make it up to 70 yet. I've gotten up to like 68. Road work ahead, left lane closed, keep right. Oh my God, now we're going to go into single lane? 31 miles until I get off I-80. So 235 miles. Let's do an ETA real quick. Make sure I'm not going to be... I'm pretty sure I have plenty of time to get to this stopping point. But 235 miles, that at a 60 mile per hour average, that is roughly 4 hours. And I have 5 hours and 19 minutes left on my 14-hour clock. So I have like an hour and 20 minutes to spare. So at 4 hours, it'll be shortly after 8 p.m. is when I'll be shutting down. That means I can start driving again tomorrow at 6 a.m. And I'm going to be probably 3 hours away from Garden City, because it's approximately 100 miles from where I'm going to stop at to Oakley. And then it's 80 miles from Oakley to Garden City, if I remember correctly. Second here, we got some construction going on. Somebody just walked across the road. Looks like they're picking up signs. So the left lane is no longer closed. They are removing the left lane closed signs. There's a bunch of vehicles on the shoulder up ahead, and it looks like there's some kind of like mechanic out there. So the left lane is no longer closed. They're picking up the signs for the left lane closure. And it's windy. Why in the hell would you come over so damn close, Colorado? Seems like every state is moving over toward the solid color license plates. Colorado, that license plate was solid black. Oklahoma has gone to a solid red one. I don't know what New York State is using these days. They used to have a solid yellow. Texas moved to a solid color plate. I can't remember. I think it might just be a solid white plate. Is that somebody standing on the shoulder? I can't see very well. No, that's the pillar on the bridge. I saw that Walmart on the shoulder, and I was like, is there somebody standing over there? And it was the pillar on the bridge I thought was a person. I wonder how far ahead of schedule I am. I think I'm 1 day ahead of schedule right now. $73 miles to Grand Island. It's 25 miles to the highway going down south. So that is an extra 50 miles. So if I would have followed their normal route, then right now I would be driving to Hastings, which is, I don't know, about 10 miles south of Grand Island. I would have to drive all the way to Hastings right now. And Hastings is so far past Highway 81, it's like 50 miles past it, that it wouldn't make any sense for me to drive all the way back to Highway 81 to cut down south. So I would just have to take country bumpkin roads all the way down to Interstate 70 instead of the nice divided highway. That's one of the really weird things that they did when they routed this. One of the things I wish Google would do, I wish there was an option that if you go off route, whatever route you initially select when you start, I wish you would stick to that route and not automatically reroute you. I wish that it would pop up and it would ask you, like if you went off the original route, I wish it would just try to get you back to the original route and pop up with a message and ask you, hey, you've gone off the original route. Do you want us to reroute? And you can, choose like yes or no on that. And if you don't choose to reroute, then it should just try to get you back to your original route. That's one of the most frustrating things about using Google Maps is it's constantly rerouting. Anytime it thinks that you're off route, it'll automatically reroute. So whatever route you initially choose when you start doesn't matter, because there's tons of things that happens where it thinks that you're off route and it'll just automatically reroute. So it's constantly rerouting you. That's the reason I typically put in a whole bunch of plot points along the route to force Google to go the route that I want it to go. We might see a significant temperature change on this drive because we're going to be going quite a ways south. And we're heading back west. And I think the cold is over here in the east now, because it was getting colder the further east I went. It was really cold in Wyoming. And then it warmed up across central Nebraska. And then when I got over here into eastern Nebraska, it got cold again. And one of the places I was unloading here today, they were talking about the weather. They're like, it's cold today, but it's supposed to be 90 this weekend. I was like, it sounds like it just skipped spring. Going from 10 degrees to 90 in the same week. It looks like the wind is blowing north, and I'm getting a bad side wind from left to right. So whenever I get onto Highway 81, I should be driving almost straight into the wind, which is not going to be great for fuel mileage, but it should be a lot easier to drive in. Right now, I'm fighting the wind to stay in the lane. And if you're driving all day long on a windy day, fighting side winds, fighting the wind to stay in your lane, it'll wear your arms out. If I see a nice place to stop on Highway 81, I might stop there on Highway 81 because there's a lot less traffic on Highway 81 than there is on 80 or Interstate 80 or 70. So it might be a lot easier to find parking on Highway 81. The place I have picked out to stop on Interstate 70 is a mom and pop truck stop with a decent sized parking lot, so it shouldn't be too bad. But I'm going to be getting there probably around 8 p.m., which is when everybody else usually starts shutting down as well. And I'm like a day ahead of schedule, so. And actually, I might set around after I finish the load. I might not go straight home after I finish the load. I might see if I can find a load going from Kansas City toward Oklahoma City instead of deadheading all the way to Oklahoma City, because that's a long deadhead. Now, if I were in a really bad freight market, I would just deadhead it. But Kansas City is a decent freight market. So I might see if I can find a load heading to the house, make a little bit extra money on the way home. It depends on like when I finish all this stuff. I should be finished by Friday easily. But like, let's say that I finish everything at Friday around noon, I'm just going to deadhead home because it would be nearly impossible for me to find a load in a couple of hours. And then the brokers don't work weekends, so there's not going to be any loads posted till Monday. It's just not worth it for me to set for like 3 days. Great. I was just about to put my signal on. These cars are flying up on me, and then once they get next to me, they slow down. And this SUV slowed down once she got next to me and blocked me in, and then another SUV popped out from behind me. There was a Super Trooper on the other side of the interstate creeping. Great. Right when I went to pass Prime Wilson Logistics, which from what I understand is like a Prime sister company or something. We started going uphill and I dropped speed. All right, I'm gonna use this seat belt. Has a little like thing where you can pull slack on the seatbelt and then you can lock in the slack. I'm going to go ahead and use that because it's just rubbing my neck raw. I don't use it very often, but once my neck starts hurting, then I'll usually start using it. I don't like using it because in my opinion, it reduces the effectiveness of the belt to have a bunch of slack in it. What's the point of even wearing the seatbelt if you're going to pull a bunch of slack into it? I try not to use very much slack. "11 miles until Highway 81. There's a truck behind me. What in the hell kind of truck is that? Truck going for the pass. Is that a Volvo? Must be some brand new model truck. And it looks like it's towing another truck, so it's probably a brand new truck that's towing another brand new truck headed to a dealership. I'm catching up with a couple of slow trucks right now, and this truck is just barely creeping by me, probably going 72, and I've got my cruise set at 70. Yeah, it looks like a Volvo day cab. VNL 300. Looks like it's got factory cameras. It looks like a blind side camera possibly sticking out at the top. That black bar sticking out. There's one on both sides. I think those might be rear-facing cameras. Is that a new standard feature in trucks? That rear-facing camera would be pretty awesome for blindside backing. If you have access to like view it on some kind of display in the truck. All right, I'm going to speed up to 75 to get around these trucks faster. Oh man, I'm just fighting the wind. And I'm doing 71 to try to get around these trucks faster, and I'm barely creeping past them. Like I was going faster than them at 70, and at 71, I'm barely making it. Did they speed up on me? Who knows? All right, I'm going to let it drop back down to the cruise. There's that white SUV is a cop. Has Nebraska government plates. It has light bars on the roof, and it has a cage for hauling prisoners. Oh my goodness, man, this wind is crazy. 4.5 miles till Highway 81. All this wind is probably that warm front that's moving in where it's supposed to get up to like 90 degrees tomorrow or the next day. It's going from like 20 to 90 in a very short amount of time, so kind of to be expected that there's going to be high winds. Rest area in 1 mile. Tempting, tempting. Once I get onto Highway 81, I might pull up my schedule just to get a rough idea of how far ahead of schedule I am. It's just like a couple of buttons on the phone. 2.5 miles until Highway 81. Oh, this shoulder parking at the rest area. Yeah, I don't want to stop at a rest area that has shoulder parking. And why in the hell is this thing completely full? Like, that rest area is completely full at 4:30 in the afternoon? What in the hell? Is there like a road closure up ahead? Maybe those fires are still going on, and maybe the interstate's closed, 100, 200 miles up the road. Now, if I weren't pushing up against my 14-hour clock, if I was being limited by my drive time, my 11-hour clock, I'd probably swing into a Petro and grab a shower. Just run in there and stop for an hour.
Take exit 353.
I was expecting an on-ramp.
Exit right, turn left.
I'm not going to make this green light.
At the light, turn left onto US 81 South, I-80 alternate.
Yep. Turn red just as I got to it. I'm going to stop far enough back that people making right turns can easily see around me. Step that step. What in the hell does that mean? One of the cattle haulers' trailers had step that step on. All right, people just running the red light. Light turned green and traffic's still rolling across in front of me. Another red light. Am I going to hit all three red lights? Is that what we're doing? Man, it's like a cattle hauler convention around here. You better not turn red on me. Just a second here. This cattle hauler is making a really slow right-hand turn. But that's normal for cattle haulers. They typically, especially if they're loaded, they do everything slow to not hurt the animals. All right, speed limit 70. Gonna turn the cruise back on. We're at 50 something right now. Like 52. Now we're up to 55. Oh. Well, we're not driving straight into the wind. Now I have a right to left wind. I had a left to right. Now I have a right to left. $137 miles to I-70. I'm going to have to top off fuel again because I'm going to be driving like 500 miles from Omaha to Garden City. I topped off fuel in Omaha. It's going to be like 500 miles from Omaha to Garden City, and then it's going to be another 500 miles from Garden City to Kansas City. So I'm going to be like over 1,000 miles on this tank whenever I get to Kansas City. I'm going to be below a quarter of a tank. So I'm going to have to top off fuel in Kansas City. Speed limit dropping down to 60 up ahead. Let's turn the cruise off. Use some brakes. All right, what's the reason that we're dropping down to 60? Haven't found a reason why we dropped down to 60. And now the speed limit's gone back up to 70. So apparently, we just slowed down to 60 because somebody lives there. Somebody lives here. I don't know why we're not dropping down to 60 for this little road right here. There's another road we didn't drop down to 64. Apparently that person was special back there. I'm sitting here debating on whether or not to stop on this road short so I can start earlier in the morning. Because tomorrow, my day is most likely going to be limited by Lowe's and Home Depot shipping and receiving hours. I have several Lowe's that I'm delivering to and one Home Depot in the Wichita area. So let's think about this. Tomorrow, well, let's say that I just do what I'm currently planning on doing. A bird just landed just as I was getting up there. So right now, I should be shutting down by about 8:30 p.m. Right around 8:30 p.m. See, I'm 200 miles away. A little over 3 hours. Say 3 hours and 20 minutes. So that would be 8:20 p.m. approximately. Let's say after my post-trip inspection, everything, I start my 10-hour break by 8:30. That means I can start driving again in the morning at 6:30 a.m. And I'm going to be almost 200 miles away from the Menards in Garden City. So it's going to be about a 3-hour drive, a little over 3 hours, 3.5. So if I start driving at 6:30, that would be 10 a.m. that I arrive at Menards in Garden City. And it's going to be about, I don't know, I've never driven the roads, the bi-directional road between Garden City and Wichita. But that's the road I'm going to have to take. And we'll say it's 3 hours. So I get to Menards at 10 a.m., 30 minutes to unload. I leave there at 10:30, 3 hours. I would arrive in Wichita at about 1:30. And I have I can't remember how many Lowe's and how many Menards. But some of them are really big deliveries, so it's going to take a while to do the deliveries. Like one of my deliveries is 46 windows. I could try to do the Lowe's first and then Menards. But either way, I have a Home Depot in Hutchins, which is right next to Wichita. So I cannot work past 5 p.m. tomorrow because there's no way that I can make it to that Home Depot before 5 p.m. cutoff. Well, I can work past 5 p.m. I just can't make it past that Home Depot. I want to say I have 5 deliveries in Wichita, and then the 2 in Hutchins. That's like 7 deliveries. And there is nowhere to park a truck in the Wichita area. There's like no truck stops in Wichita. There's just a couple of mom and pop truck stops, and they are so overrun with locals because there's so little truck parking in Wichita that all of the mom and pop truck stops have gone to paid parking to run the locals out. So there's very little truck parking in Wichita, and what little exists is almost all paid parking. So if I get stuck in Wichita, I might have issues finding a place to park. And I'm hoping that my Home Depot delivery, the one Home Depot delivery I have left, I think I only have a total of 2 Home Depot deliveries on this entire load. I hope it's just like one single small window. And if I have to start my day at Home Depot tomorrow, or not tomorrow, but the next day, then I'm just going to, if it's just one small window, I'm going to take it out of the trailer, and I'm just going to walk over to the door, and at 8 a.m. whenever they open, I'm going to buzz in, and I'm just going to hand them the window and have them sign for it. I'm not even going to back up, into the, well, I'll probably back up into the dock, but I'm not even going to unload it out of the trailer if it's just one small window. That'll make it a lot less likely that they'll refuse me because of the appointment time. Because Home Depot is about the only one that seems to care about the appointment time. Welcome to Geneva, next 4 exits. Don't do it, car. I smell something that smells like pizza. It smells like not ham. It might be ham. Ham pizza. Or what do they call it? Canadian bacon. What I think it is that it's my leftovers, my bones and stuff from my rotisserie chicken and barbecue beans and potato salad that I ate last night. I think it's all that stuff in the trash that I'm smelling, and it's smelling kind of like a pizza. Speed limit's dropping down to 60. There's a little mom and pop truck stop. I don't know. I think I'm just going to push on to my planned stopping point. I just can't get over the way they routed this ridiculously long drive, zigzagging back and forth across these two states. They should have like scheduled this, dropping down from Omaha to Kansas City, and then do the Kansas City deliveries, and then do the deliveries across I-70, and then dip down Salina, Wichita, and then go from Wichita to Garden City. That would have been like 400 miles less driving. Check to see what the fuel mileage is with this wind. We're basically on flat land, but because of the wind, I'm getting 5.3 miles per gallon. If I didn't have such a strong headwind, I would probably be getting close to 7 miles per gallon. the wind let up for a second. I jumped up to like 6.8 miles per gallon. And then the wind started ripping again. I went back down to 5.3. Well, let's check the schedule real quick. It's going to take me several button presses, so I can only do one button press at a time. So I do like one button press, wait, another button press, and I don't want to be pressing buttons while we're going around sharp turns, so. Hey, are we doing a U-turn? We just went left, now we're going left again. We better turn back right pretty soon, otherwise we're going back to Omaha. So I'm not supposed to be to Garden City until March 19th. Today's the 17th, Tuesday. So I'm supposed to be there Thursday the 19th. I don't think it says the exact time because Menards is first come, first serve. My Home Depot appointment is March 19th at 10:30 a.m. That's not actually too far off what I'm most likely going to do. But here's the thing, the way they have it scheduled, they have me going to Home Depot. They have me going to Hutchinson before Wichita, which doesn't make any damn sense at all. They have me going to Hutchinson first before going to Wichita. Hutchinson's north of Wichita. So basically they're telling me to drive to Hutchinson, northwest of Wichita, and then drive south to Wichita, and then turn around and drive back north to Salina. Whoever did the routing on this just does not understand a map. I should not have any issues doing Wichita before Hutchinson, though, because there's not very many windows going to Hutchinson, so I can work around those windows and do the Wichita deliveries first. So I'll do all the Wichita deliveries tomorrow. And then I might end up having to set and wait until Thursday morning to deliver at Home Depot the 19th. And I'll try to deliver at 8 a.m. and I'll have a 10:30 a.m. appointment. So I'll just be there like 2.5 hours early. But the way they have it scheduled is after I deliver that Home Depot, then I go do a full day of Wichita. And I end my day in Wichita most likely. But I'll be starting my day at that Home Depot, and then I'll go over to Salina, and I will I'll probably be able to do all of, if I start my day at the Home Depot in Hutchinson at 8 a.m., and then go do the Salina deliveries, and then Manhattan, Lawrence, Topeka, and then my 3 Kansas City deliveries, I can probably get all that done in the same day. So if I start Thursday morning at Home Depot, I'll probably be done with everything Thursday afternoon. Let's see when it has me finishing. Looks like March 23rd at 9 a.m. is my final delivery in Olathe. So Thursday's the 19th, Friday the 20th, first and second, 23rd. So it has me delivering until Monday at 9 a.m. to Lowe's in Olathe. That's when I'm supposed to finish. But I should be done by the end of the day on the 19th. So I should be done 4 days early. And when did I pick the load up? I picked up the load on the 13th, and I should be done on the 19th, so 6 days. 6 days to do about 3,100 miles and 33 deliveries. I think that's pretty good. But we'll see. It might be 7 days. It might go into Friday. All right, just a second. It looks like the right lane is closing up ahead. And I've got a car I'm catching up with in front of me, and I've got a four-wheeler not too far behind me, probably about 300 or 400 feet behind me. The speed limit is still 70, and this car is slowing down. Now the speed limit is dropping to 55. Great. I would get behind a slow vehicle for single lane construction. It's just for a bridge, it looks like. It's short. Come on. If they wanted us doing 50, they would have made the speed limit 50. She's probably rubbernecking the broke down truck or the accident or whatever that is up there on the other side of the interstate or highway. Come on. I'm going to try to block her view. I'm trying to block her view on her rubbernecking, but I wasn't able to get there in time. And now we're going up a damn hill, and she's speeding up. She's trying not to let me pass, and I can't accelerate because we're going up a hill. I want to get around her. She is just annoying the hell out of me. I'm only doing 61 right now. She's doing like 65. All right, now we're past the hill. I can get up to 70. See if she speeds up to 70. She sped up. I want to speed up a little bit more. God, I hate people like this. If you're in a governed truck, you're just stuck behind jackasses like this. You cannot get around them. It's the reason I think safe drivers are safer in ungoverned trucks. Dumbasses are more dangerous in ungoverned trucks. So I understand governing trucks for bad drivers. All right, now that we've made it around her, I stayed up to 72 for a few seconds to get some distance on her, and then she backed off of it, went back down to doing 65, and now I'm pulling away from her pretty quick. Welcome to Hebron, if that's how they pronounce it. Restaurants, motels, fuel, RV camping, shopping. So I'm very much against distracted driving, but what's the difference in looking at all these advertisements down the sides of the road versus glancing over at your phone? You're not supposed to be looking at your phone. You're not supposed to be glancing over at your phone. I can understand like necessary signage, but I think advertisements along the road should be illegal. '81 Auto, building and pawn. What in the hell? Building and pawn? So it's a pawn shop and a construction business and a used car lot. All right, speed limit's back up to 70. We made it through the big old city of Hebron. Hebron, whatever. If I were to stop right now, it is 5:30. That means I can start driving again at 3:30 in the morning. How far away from Garden City would I be? I'm 154 miles from my stopping point. My stopping point is about 180 miles. There's a way station in 2 miles, says DriveWise. So I'm about 330 miles away. To be over 5 hours. I would get there at like 8:30 a.m. Way station left lane in 1 mile. If I start at 3:30 a.m., my 14-hour clock will be up at 5:30 in the afternoon. Way station is closed. Oh my goodness. This Super Trooper has all the antennas. Yeah, I would just be shifting driving time from this drive shift to next drive shift. I don't want to do that. I'm 148 miles from my planned stopping point, so we'll be all right. A little over 2 hours. Somewhere between 2 hours and 10 minutes and 2.5 hours. This truck just waited until the last second and then decided they were going to make the left turn. My temperature gauge says it's 48 outside. There's some vehicles traveling in front of me that are covered in ice. I'm occasionally seeing some really big blocks of ice in the road. Just a second, there's a truck over on the left looking to turn into the road. I don't know which direction they're going. I feel sorry for them. I hate having to turn across roads like this. These vehicles going the other direction are spaced out just enough that they can't get across. All right, now here's a big gap in between them. They'll be able to get across after that semi. Kansas. And the road surface changes. We went from concrete to pavement, and I'll say that the pavement feels a lot better. The concrete is just really bumpy. Because I think they pour it in small sections, and I think there's some kind of spacer in between them to allow for expansion during heat, and it just makes for a really bumpy ride. I wish they could figure out the formula that like the Romans used for concrete. There are concrete structures that have lasted for like several hundred or thousands of years. I think I recall during some kind of documentary I was watching on Roman concrete that it's self-healing. Whenever it gets wet, it gets hot, and it causes some kind of reaction where it will like self-heal. It causes some kind of chemical reaction whenever it gets wet, and it'll self-heal. I can't remember the details on it. But yeah, on the topic of Jeld-Wen, it sounded like Jeld-Wen is on the verge of going out of business. Because it sounds like Lowe's, Home Depot, and Menards are all dropping Jeld-Wen. They're just tired of dealing with them. They just make crap products, and they charge a lot of money for them. I mean, Jeld-Wen is like the cheapest windows that I've seen in the home improvement stores. They're the cheap brand, but they still charge a lot of money for them. And they are just made with the cheapest materials. One of the people that was helping me unload was picking up the windows. He's like, oh my goodness, this is really light for a window. And I'm like, yeah, they use cheap crap. And he was feeling around on the edging. And he was like, no joke, man. They're like, this is the type of window you'd use on a clubhouse in your backyard or something. This isn't something you put on a real house. And he said that he used to be in construction. And these are just like really, really, really cheap windows. The plastic that they use for the framing and stuff is just really cheap, flimsy plastic. And they're pretty expensive for how cheap they're made. Like the small windows are $50, $75 a piece. And like the medium-sized windows are a couple $100, and then the big windows like $500. I didn't see a patio door. Those are probably even more than $500. Those are probably close to like $1,000 or more. So yeah, the Geldwin loads might dry up. And if those loads dry up, then, man, it's going to be really scary to go to the Pacific Northwest. Because those are the only loads that are consistently posted that are profitable. Almost all the other loads posted up there in the Pacific Northwest on Landstar's board are not profitable loads. "70 miles until we get onto I-70. There's nobody behind me for as far as I can see. Actually, there's a car that just popped up. I can see the headlights. And I'm about to pass this flatbed. Oh, buddy, flatbed, come on. I guess I scared the hell out of the flatbed or something. They drove way off onto the shoulder. I was afraid that they were going to jerk it back way over here on me. Now they went way back off onto the shoulder again. What in the hell's going on? High fire damage, or high fire danger, dry conditions, do not discard cigarettes. Really, really windy. It's bad time for a fire. All right, speed limit's dropping down to 50. We've got a Love's truck stop with a Subway. Oh my goodness, Subway. I've heard that Subway is one of the easiest businesses to open up as far as like restaurants go. I heard that like the startup cost of a Subway is, saying I'm watching my speed limit 50. I can't remember what I was told, but I want to say that to open a Subway franchise, oh, I see a couple of Landstars over there at Love's. Looks like they have quite a few spots open. I don't like stopping at Love's. But I heard it's one of the cheapest restaurants you can, restaurant businesses you can start up. I want to say the startup is only like a couple $100,000. And they're quite profitable because all the ingredients are so cheap and you charge a lot of money. You're basically charging like $10 to $15 for like a ham sandwich. It's crazy, the prices. If you just think of the ingredients they're using in that stuff. All right, I'm doing 45. The speed limit's 50, and this truck in front of me, I'm catching up with it. Maybe that horse trailer was slowing them down because now we're doing 50. I just got the bypass for some way station somewhere. There's a way station somewhere. And I got bypassed through it. Motor carrier inspection, way station, all trucks stop, half a mile. This truck in front of me is speeding up. They don't seem like they're stopping at the way station. Closed, says the sign. I'm starting to dread not passing. Well, regret, not dread. I'm starting to dread, being behind this truck. I'm starting to regret not passing them whenever they were going below the speed limit in town. Because it appears they're going to go the exact same speed as me. Let's see. I just turned my cruise back on 70. And it looks like they have their cruise set at 70 as well. We're going almost the exact same speed. We're going up, slightly uphill. Maybe they're loaded. We'll wait a second for us to peak this hill and see if they hopefully go a mile or two an hour faster than me. I should have just passed him in town. I'm trying to decide whether to slow down and build some distance behind them or pass them. Because I'm trying to figure out if I'm going like slightly faster or slightly slower or the exact same speed. And there are times when I'm catching up with them and times when they're pulling away from me. I'm slowly catching up with them. My following distance is going down. But their speed is changing. I'm going to slow down. I just turned the cruise off. I'm just going to coast and build up some distance. I dropped all the way down to 60. They should have pulled further away from me than that, with me dropping 10 miles an hour slower than them. I just turned the cruise back on. It's going to take me time to get back up to 70. They should have gotten further away from me than this. If they slowed down, I'm going to lose my damn mind. 60 miles until we get to I-70. Yeah, I'm slowly catching back up with them. So when I catch back up with them, I'm just going to pass them. I'll speed up to like 72, 73, get like a quarter mile in front of them, and then I'll drop back down to my cruise. I am hungry. And even though it didn't taste very good, I'm going to go back and eat my rotisserie chicken. Rotisserie chicken and the barbecue beans and the potato salad. None of them were that great, but I bought them. I'm going to eat them. What I might try is when I heat them up, I might bust out my cutting board and cut up the chicken. And put it in with the beans, mix it in with the beans, and then heat it up all together with the beans and the chicken. And that might help the chicken to like not be so dried out. And it might also add some flavor to the beans because the beans were just really bland. What it reminded me of was a restaurant that I ate at when I was a kid called Charlie's Chicken. I've only ever seen a couple of Charlie's Chickens. I've seen a couple of them in eastern Oklahoma. I'm not sure if they still exist anymore. But they had really cheap food. I mean, it did not cost very much, but it was really cheap food. It was like their barbecue beans was like they just took a can of pork and beans and added a little bit of barbecue sauce to it, served it to you cold. Like that's what it tasted like. And that's what the barbecue beans from Walmart reminded me of. There's a restaurant, a fast food chain in Oklahoma called Brahms. I don't know if Brahms exists outside of Oklahoma. But their big thing is that they have their own like farms, their own cattle, their own dairy cows and all that stuff. Like almost everything in their store, in their little restaurant, their fast food restaurant, they grow themselves on their own farms and ranches. And it's decent. It used to be really good. Like Brahms used to be amazing. but their quality has really gone downhill over the last decade or so. But Brahms used to have some of the best barbecue beans. Oh my goodness, they were amazing. They had like pieces of smoked brisket in them. I think they called them smoked smoked brisket barbecue beans. And oh my goodness, they were so good. But I stopped eating at Brahms several years ago. They started trying to appeal to a new audience, which I do not understand. I have no idea. Like, what in the hell were they thinking? So, I'm a big milk drinker. I love milk. And Brahms used to have the best milk I've ever had. Like, amazing milk. Well, there are a lot of people that claim to be lactose intolerant. There's a lot of people that they just, especially the younger generations, I don't know why, but when I was a kid, people would try to talk you into like giving them your milk at lunch. But these younger generations, they seem to be brought up and told that milk is bad or something like that. So there are a lot of younger people that are disgusted by milk, or like they claim to be lactose intolerant or whatever. Lots of different excuses as to why they don't drink milk. And Brahms was like trying to appeal to those people who do not like their product. And in an effort to try to appeal to them, they changed their product. Brahms used to have the best milk I've ever tasted. And then they switched over. They found that there's a certain type of milk that some cows make that is easier on people's stomach that claim to be lactose intolerant. So what Brahms did, they call it, I think it's called A1. It's Brahms A1 milk or something like that. What they initially started doing was they had their regular milk and then they had their A1 milk. I think they had both of them, at the same time. I can't remember. But they eventually just phased out. Like they bred their cows to be all of the A1 style milk. So they only let the cows that created that A1 milk breed. And their A1 milk just tastes like generic Great Value brand milk. It doesn't have anywhere near the flavor it used to have. It used to be like a really sweet, thick milk, like a creamy. It was almost like a cream. And now it's just this thin, bland milk. I used to go out of my way to buy Brahms milk. Whenever I go grocery shopping, I would go to the grocery store, get my groceries. Just a second here. The truck in front of me tapped their brakes, probably to turn off their cruise. So I'm going to turn my cruise off. Speed limit's probably dropping ahead. Yep, speed limit's dropping to 55 ahead. And after I bought groceries at the grocery store, I would swing by Brahms and buy milk. But I stopped doing that a long time ago. Probably almost 10 years ago, I stopped doing that because their milk just didn't taste very good anymore. I mean, let's not say it doesn't taste very good. It doesn't, like, it tastes the same as Great Value brand milk. So why would I pay a premium and go out of my way to get Brahms milk when I can get something that tastes the same at the regular grocery store for like half the price? Just a second here. We got somebody obeying the speed limit up here. The construction speed limit is 15 miles an hour, and there's somebody up here in front of us that slowed down to 15. $15-mile-per-hour construction speed limit through this is kind of insane. Oh, the tanker in front of me is making a left turn. Oh, now the cattle hauler that was going 15 is now speeding through town. Maybe there was a four-wheeler in front of the cattle hauler that turned. Maybe that was what was slowing us down to 15. I hope we get a left. We did not get an arrow. Damn it, damn it, damn it. We might have to sit here for a while. All right, there's a big opening after these vehicles for this tanker to make a left. All right, let's watch this car, make sure that they don't try to cut across. All right, the light in front of me just turned green. I hope it turns yellow as I'm going through because I have a whole bunch of traffic behind me from us getting stopped at that stoplight. Yes, sweet, it turned yellow. And we've caught up with these slow trucks. That bobtail's making a right turn. We got the cattle hauler here. That cattle hauler must be empty because at the last light, they kind of tore ass away from that light. At least it looked like they did. Yeah, I don't see any animals in there. They look empty. All right, speed limit's going up to 45. And the light's turning red in front of me, so let's not accelerate. Let's just chill. Oh, that cattle hauler back there slowed way down. They are timing this light. We still got the left turn here to go through on the cycle, so it's going to be a minute. That cattle hauler is trying to time it. Well, they almost out accelerated me. This is really crazy that this cattle hauler cannot out accelerate me with an empty trailer. I'm loaded. I've still got most of my load in there. I probably got 8,000 pounds of the 12,000 still left in the trailer. I started out with a 12,000 pound load, and I probably still got 8 because I haven't unloaded a lot of the windows. Almost all of my deliveries are across Wichita and Salina and Hutchins, Central Kansas. See, I'm watching this flatbed trying to figure out how fast they're going. They flew by me up the hill because I was only doing 60 up the hill. And they were trying to pass these four-wheelers, but they couldn't, so they just dipped in behind them. Now they're tailgating that four-wheeler. So are they governed at 70? Maybe 72. They do seem to be pulling away from me, which is good. "43 miles until I-70. That cattle hauler seems to be catching up with me. The flatbed made it around that four-wheeler. Let's fish up a soda. Curious as to what's going on in the news. I'm thinking about how to check the news while I'm driving down the road. I could start up a YouTube video. So, okay, this will work. So, I don't really like this guy. It's a YouTube channel called Agenda Free TV, and it is not agenda free. The guy is very pro-Israel. I don't know if he's Jewish. He looks Jewish to me, but he claims to be like a neutral journalist, and his whole channel is that he's neutral, he's agenda free, he doesn't pick any sides, but the guy is extremely pro-Israel. The last time I was listening to his channel, he was banning everyone who talked about Netanyahu possibly being dead. Because there's a rumor going around that Netanyahu's dead because it appears that they uploaded an AI-generated video of him where he had 6 fingers. That is a common issue with AI-generated videos, is they're not very good at hands. And you'll often see like extra fingers on people's hands and stuff like that. There's certain things you look at in AI generated content. There are certain things that AI is not good at, and you'll look at those things to see if it's an AI generated video. But we'll listen to him. He does live videos. He like live streams all the time and does current news updates, but he does a terrible job of talking about what's been going on throughout the day. Basically, something happens, they talk about it for a minute or two, and then they move on. And then if somebody brings it up like 15 minutes later, he's like, we've already talked about that. Like, once news happens, it's gone. Talk about it for a couple minutes and then it's gone. But we'll turn that on and listen to it. I'll listen to it. Hopefully you can't hear it. Hopefully it doesn't show up on the video. I don't want to get in trouble for like playing someone else's content.
I saw a report from Israel Hayom, which is an Israeli newspaper, and they say a paramedic who they talked to said that they saw smoke rising from a building with extensive destruction. At this scene, they saw in the rubble 2 unconscious people without a pulse and without breathing with severe injuries. They were found dead at the scene. They continue to search for more injured people. I do not know. I believe I have seen online. There's a train station that's damaged. I have seen at least at least what appears to be 3 or 4 scenes of damage. I don't know if this is due to a cluster warhead that scattered different submunitions out over a wider area, or was it multiple missiles, or was it
well, what he's covering right now is apparently there is footage coming out of Israel of lots of damage in Israel, which is something that Israel's been censoring.
This is in Ramat, metropolitan Tel Aviv, where 2 people have died.
And everybody's been kind of like, it's become common knowledge that Israel is censoring what's going on so that they can control the narrative. So maybe Israel is starting to allow footage coming out of all the devastation
Maybe somebody can transport.
to try to stifle that reputation that they were building of being like a dystopian state, just this Orwellian authoritarian control over all information. But what he's covering right now is there's just multiple sites that are damaged. Lots of people dead. And this is kind of new because we've been getting very little coverage of the devastation in Israel. Israel's basically been spreading this lie that they're intercepting 100% of the missiles and almost no damage is happening. That's just not true. What in the hell's going on? The cattle hauler behind me
One of our viewers said,
just hopped out in the left lane,
one of our viewers said that there were, I don't know if it's true, one of our viewers said
and then they hop back in the right lane.
that there were a couple of
I thought they were getting out to pass me like 1,000 feet behind me.
Yes, our viewer Shlomo Nasella said there were 2 casualties on 3rd floor that couldn't get to the safety. I'll have to look up and see what it is.
But we went over a little bit of a bump, and maybe they just moved over to avoid that bump in the road. Maybe they drive this road all the time and they know where all the bumps are at.
Oh,
Maybe they are loaded. I did not notice any animals in there, but they're driving like they're loaded.
hey guys, I just saw Zach Andrews, who I believe is in Israel. Zach says that there are more than a dozen impact sites. He's the News Tax Middle East person. He says there are more than a dozen impact sites across the Tel Aviv metro area.
So right now he's talking about, he's saying that
Zach is in Israel.
somebody in Israel, some journalist in Israel is reporting that there's over a dozen impact sites in Tel Aviv, Israel, which is, I think, their main city in Israel. So in downtown Israel, there's like at least a dozen impact sites. Which is not really that big of a deal because there's been a lot of impact sites. Maybe Israel is trying to play it off like a dozen impact sites is a really big deal.
Okay, Jerusalem Post says 2 people killed, and they say 8 suspected impact sites. According to Israeli media, 8 suspected shrapnel impact sites. That's according to the Jerusalem Post. That's the basic. Okay, so whatever the exact number is, there are multiple impact sites.
Cattle hauler is slowly catching up with me. They're about 300 or 400 feet behind me now.
Look at the damage. See, look at the damage right here. There's a shot of the damage right there. You can see on the camera.
27 miles
They basically let them
until I-70. You got somebody on the shoulder.
Trey Diggs from Fox News, who I believe is in the Middle East, maybe it isn't. He says 2 killed with laser running missile barrage. Trey says a cluster of munitions is raining down on Tel Aviv and surrounding areas. So multiple reports that this is a attack with a cluster of munitions. That a missile that carries multiple explosive munitions in the warhead that spread out over an area. And we're hearing about the report that says 8 impact areas, reports about a dozen impact areas, damage in multiple areas.
So what they think all this damage in Tel Aviv might be is one of those MERV bombs, one of those MERV missiles, which they keep calling cluster bombs. I don't know why they call them cluster bombs. I suspect that the reason that they're calling them cluster bombs is because cluster bombs are they're like illegal in a lot of treaties. Like cluster bombs are considered to be a weapon that is illegal in war because it's indiscriminate. It's not a high accuracy weapon. It's just large area devastation, random targets.
This is live, by the way. You're watching, this is live video.
But I don't think it's a cluster bomb. I think it's a MERV. Like our ballistic missiles are MERVs. Most of our ballistic missiles, they have a whole bunch of smaller missiles inside of them. A MERV is, I think it stands for Multiple Independent Reentry Vehicle. So you have this big missile that flies up into space, and then when it starts to come back down into the atmosphere, it opens up and releases a whole bunch of smaller missiles that basically use Earth's gravity to get up to ballistic speeds and hit their targets. And that appears to be what Iran is using for their medium-range missiles, is a MERV. And Israel's air defense doesn't work against it. So they're calling it a cluster bomb because cluster bombs have such a negative connotation to them. And it's like their drones. They're calling their drones suicide drones and kamikaze drones because that also has a negative connotation. That's like calling a missile a suicide missile. It's just a drone. They don't refer to like Ukrainian drones and Russian drones as like suicide drones. This is part of the propaganda, is that they'll use terms that have negativity around them to describe their enemies. What the hell is going on with this cattle? This cattle truck is trying to pass me now. Are they governed at 70? Can they not speed up for the pass? What's going on here?
I just saw a video from N12 News which purports to show one of the missiles coming down. It seems to explode just before it hits the ground and then maybe spreads. Hold on a second. Let me see.
I'm going to slow down to let this cattle hauler pass me.
Let me see if I can find the video.
I don't know if they're governed at 70 or if they're just refusing to speed up or what the deal is, but I don't want them taking 10 minutes to pass me, going a half a mile an hour faster than me. I still can't see anything in there, but like they have most of the openings covered up, probably because of the cold weather. I can hardly see inside there at all, so they could be loaded. I have no idea.
I'm looking at a video that N12 News posted.
Doing 65 right now.
What appears to be a missile coming down, and then hold on a second. And then they say it's in central Israel. And it seems to explode like before it hits the ground. I'm going to try to post it. Like, N12 News Israel posted this on their Telegram, saying it was video of one of the Iranian missile strikes in central Israel. Hold on. I'll post a link in the chat. I'm going to post a link in the chat for you guys. Just give me a moment. Guys, I'm posting the link in the chat right now. I don't have the rights to the video. But I just posted the link in the chat. Hold on.
There's right now what he's talking about is some reporter in Israel, someone in the state-run media has supposedly posted on social media video footage of a bomb exploding in Israel, and it appears to have been an airburst. It blew up before it hit the ground. Now that could mean a lot of things. There's lots of possibilities as to why something would airburst. One of the reasons you might airburst something is shrapnel. If you wait until something hits the ground to blow up, then the ground is going to absorb a lot of that shrapnel. Whereas if you blow it up in the air, it's going to spread out over more area. And so a shrapnel bomb could be a potential reason for an airburst. A fuel air bomb. A fuel air bomb will airburst above the ground, and it'll basically fill the air with fuel. Like it explodes this highly compressed fuel into the air, and then it lights an explosive and it explodes the air that's filled with fuel. And that is just a big multiplier on the explosion. I think that our biggest conventional bomb, the Moab, is a fuel air bomb. And it's like a miniature nuke.
Can't hear me. I believe there was just.
But it's basically an air burst that right before it detonates some type of canisters or something that shoots out fuel all through the air. And then it detonates and it explodes all that fuel in the air.
Outside the city television. This is the scene where 2 people were killed. I will try to get you the video of the strike moments ago in. You give me a moment.
But yeah, there's lots of potential reasons why they would airburst a weapon. I'm just wondering why Israel is actually allowing footage of bombs hitting and footage of the destruction to be aired like this. Because up to this point, they've been hiding, they've been censoring all this. What little they've been allowing out has been very controlled.
Oh, so the video I posted, which the video I mentioned from N12 News. I don't know. Some people think it's a missile that explodes just before hitting the ground. So a bunch of people think it's a late interception. What's this? Is that a helicopter? It's like a helicopter. I'm going to post a link to this video again in the chat. It's on my X account. My X account should be pinned in the chat. Again, N12 News said that it's one of the missile attacks.
I was just about to make a comment about cattle haulers being really consistent and good at holding their lane, and then the cattle hauler in front of me drifted over the fog line. And now they just did it again. But cattle haulers in general are really good at maintaining their lane. You usually don't see them swerving all over the place and drifting off onto the shoulder and stuff like that. Probably because it's really dangerous for their cargo. There they go off onto the shoulder again. They went like a foot off the shoulder. Because if they drift off to the shoulder and then they jerk it back, I mean, that could toss the animals around.
See the damage on the balcony.
11 miles until I-70. $77 miles until I get to the place where I plan on stopping, some mom and pop truck stop. I used to always go inside whenever I would get to these mom and pop truck stops. I used to always go inside to see like what they had in them, because sometimes they'll have some really good deals on like some homemade food or something like that. Some of the best fish I've ever had in my life was at a mom and pop truck stop. I want to say it was in Louisiana on I-10, but I'm not sure about that. For all I know, it could have been Arkansas. I can't remember where exactly it was at. Actually, I do think it was in Arkansas. I can't remember. It might have been Louisiana. There was some mom and pop truck stop that had, like, I can't remember what kind of fish it was. I want to say it was catfish. It was like fried catfish. And
hey, hold on. I was about to show you a video of a strike in Beirut a couple minutes ago.
It was
just another one.
So good.
Look at the video right now from Beirut.
So when I ate catfish as a kid, it was these thin little fillets that had lots of bone in them.
This is moments ago.
This stuff that fish that they had, the fried fish that they had, was just big, enormous chunks of meat with no bone in them that was breaded and fried. So if it was catfish, it had to have been some massive catfish that they just took huge chunks of meat off of. It was a big, fat catfish. And oh my goodness, that was so good. That was the best fish I've ever had in my life by a mile. But I've kind of stopped doing that because of the crazy prices of everything. I don't even bother going into these truck stops to check.
I need to rewind. Moments ago in Israel, and Beirut, moments ago in Beirut. There's the flash right there, and then you hear the boom.
You're making me look bad, cattle hauler. I was talking about how good you guys are. You're staying in your lane, and now you're swerving all over the place. Rest area in 1 mile. Next rest area, 34 miles. Well, I'm not going to be on this road for 34 miles. 1 mile. It is 6:41 p.m. So I'd be shut down by 7. That means I can start driving again at 5 a.m. That means I can work until 7 p.m.
Maybe. Hold on, I gotta get to the live shot from Tel Aviv.
I can't tell what the parking is like. If it's shoulder parking, there's no way in hell. It looks like shoulder parking.
We'll go back to the Beirut in a second.
It looks like the trucks are lined up. It's hard to tell. Nah, we're rolling on by. It looks like shoulder parking, and I don't want to stop this early. I hate shoulder parking. It is shoulder parking. Saline County line.
All right, hold on a second. Let's go back real quick, and let's go back to Beirut a moment ago in Beirut, and to show you again this strike.
So I'm 71 miles away, and it's only 6:43.
Oh, yeah, you see the flash on the right.
So I should be shut down before 8 p.m. So that means I can start driving at 6 a.m. That means tomorrow night I can work until 8 p.m.
I have another one to show you as well.
What the hell is that big? Is that a building? Straight ahead? A couple
Here's
miles
the other.
ahead? That might be a whole bunch of
Hold on.
like
Here's
silos
This is also moments ago.
next to each other.
Beirut. Actually, hang on. Before I show you that, let me show you this.
Whatever it is, it's
Here's
big.
a shot of the damage from the missile attack. Run my gun.
Speed limit 75? Did it just change? Or did I not notice the speed limit had gone up? Salina, 6 miles. .5 miles until I-70.
Now, let's look at the other strike from before. I haven't even seen this one yet. This was also several minutes ago. It was before the other one, I believe. I think in Beirut. Sorry, the audio is a little messed up.
In 2 miles, take exit 95B for I-70 West toward Hayes.
I have my phone going over the Bluetooth
Behind my head.
to my radio, so Google's really loud.
Top right. Boom. See that? Wow. Let's see that again. That top right of your screen. Saw it. I don't know if it's the same strike. It's 2 different feeds. It might be the same strike. I thought the timing was a little different, but it could be that the cameras are a little...
All right, half a mile. Let's go ahead and turn the cruise
take
off.
exit 95B for I-70 West toward Hayes.
Let's get back to Tel Aviv.
Cattle haulers going the same place. 45 ramp.
There it is on the right there. Top right.
Take exit 95B, then merge onto I-70 West.
I'm not sure if that was 2 strikes or 1 strike. It's different providers. I thought it was different times, but I think it may be the same strike. Anyway, back to Tel Aviv. There has been a missile attack by Iran in Israel. A number of sites have damaged. 2 people are dead. There are injuries reported, and reportedly cluster munitions. Multiple munitions.
Yeah, here he's preaching his propaganda.
Continue on I-70 West.
They're talking about
65 miles.
Iran has launched bombs against Israel. It's caused a lot of devastation, and apparently cluster bombs have been used, cluster munitions. That's what he's talking about right now. So that appears to be why Israel is allowing the video footage of all the devastation that they've been hiding up to this point. Is he even said that it's a war crime. He said that they appear that Iran used cluster munitions, which is a war crime. So that is probably why Israel is allowing this video footage out, is they're trying to paint the narrative that Iran is using cluster munitions, and they're going to claim that they're, war criminals, which is absolutely batshit crazy coming from Israel, who is committing genocide on the Gaza people and the West Bank people, the Palestinians. It's just mass genocide. It's just crazy. Like, Israel is one of the most evil countries in the world that has committed absolute atrocities. And for them to talk about other countries committing a war crime, it's crazy. Netanyahu right now would be in prison as a war criminal if he didn't stay in power. Like, they tried to prosecute him as a war criminal.
This is live. This is not Beirut. This is live right now.
Over Gaza. And it's not a cluster bomb, it's a MIRV. And it's like a common weapon that good militaries have, like the United States. All of our best stuff is MIRVs. All of our, nuclear missiles, our strategic nuclear missiles, are almost all MIRVs. I've never heard our ballistic missiles that are MIRVs referred to as cluster bombs.
Haaretz reporter Bar Kelly, who writes news for Haaretz in Israel, says there are 10 cluster munition impact sites.
Yeah, he just keeps repeating this cluster munitions over and over again.
10 different impact sites. Yes, Metro Tel Aviv. A couple in their 70s was inside the house at this site, and a cluster bomb penetrated from the roof. It's in the center of the roof, says Bar. Bar Peleg of Haaretz says it was apparent from several recent sites that cluster bombs succeeds as
Sing Travel Plaza, exit 244 in 2 miles. I have 2 hours and 41 minutes left in my 14-hour clock. And I'm 62 miles away from the place that I plan on stopping. Pride of the Prairie, Rolling Hills Zoo, next exit. And they've got a picture of it looks like a lion.
Says reportedly these couple in their 70s could not reach this. They were not able to reach their safe time.
Yeah, this is sounding like some crazy propaganda that Agenda Free TV is preaching. He keeps referring to the bombs as cluster munitions, and he keeps talking about this poor elderly couple that died because they couldn't reach their safe room fast enough. So this is trying to pull on somebody's heartstrings. Well, hey, you know what? Maybe these Israeli people wouldn't be worrying about this shit if they didn't attack another country. Whenever you attack another country, I don't want to hear you whining and bitching about being attacked by that country. Retaliation. Don't start none, won't be none, And let me say this, because every time I say something negative about Israel or the United States, I'm going to have people thinking I'm some radical leftist communist. I've had people in the comments call me a radical leftist communist. I'm not pro-Iran. Iran is evil. Like I don't like Iran. I don't like Israel. They're both Iran and Israel are theocracies. Israel is a Jewish state. Iran is a Muslim state.
I'm not keeping it from you. It's nothing I ever definitely have access to.
And I think they're both evil.
A couple of our viewers
I don't like either one of them. I don't want to be involved in a war helping either one of them.
Show the rockets and missiles coming down from the sky. Well, the government says that showing the attacks in the sky helps Iran. Whether that's their reason or it's part of that or not political or whatever, I don't know.
I think the only reason we're involved in this war is two reasons. Number one, we have corrupt politicians that bend to the will of Israel. And two, we have religious fanatics in positions of leadership that feel that it's our God-given right to, it's every Christian's duty or responsibility to support Israel because, it says in the Bible that the Jews are God's chosen people. I think those are the two reasons why we're in this war, is because of batshit crazy religious people
Thank you again, Stephen.
And corrupt politicians.
Thank you. ID Doc, Shlomisilla. They're putting up barriers now. Real Brooklyn Rob, thank you for the memberships. Bot Sox. Marky B. Yeah, Haroon AQ. One Sign, thank you. Also Vera and John Bella, thank you. Also Tom Lewis, thank you already. They are blocking off the area. I have a different shot for you. This is the Reuters cam. I have the AFP camera too. There's a different angle. Same shot. That I have to move in.
Looks like we're catching up with a Prime Incorporated. 56 miles to go. Hopefully I don't have any issues locating a parking spot at this place. Last night the parking was pretty awesome. Really easy to get into, pull through spot. Didn't have any problems all night.
I have an update here. The Hot News, which is Hot News is a program. They have a statement from the local statement, a spokesperson for the local official here in Ramadan, who says, among other things, there have been five major impact sites in the Ramadan area alone. 5 major impact sites in Ramadan, which is a city, you can basically next to Tel Aviv. There are multiple injured and 2 fatalities. Okay? So there are multiple injuries. Again, 5 impact sites. Ramadan. Now, I believe this might be the main impact site. But there was a significant damage at a train station in Tel Aviv. We know that. So there is damage at multiple sites.
I don't know if you can hear that, but he's playing some kind of video, and there's a whole bunch of people talking in Ooga Booga.
My name is Lieutenant Dean Elston, International Spokesperson for the Israel Police. You can see behind me we're standing in the heart of a residential community, which is the latest victim of the Iranian barrage of rockets targeting our civilians, a pattern we've seen all too often since the start of this operation. What we have here is a residential building that was hit seemingly, according to the initial assessment, by a cluster munition, which collapsed the roof in on a elderly couple.
Yeah, there's some Israeli spokesperson now that's giving a little speech talking about how Iran is bombing residential areas with cluster munitions. So that's the reason they're allowing this video footage, is so that they can spread this narrative that Iran's committing war crimes.
Right now active in all these sites in order to secure the location and also neutralize.
So what about the U.S. and Israel bombing Iran's desalinization plant? That's a war crime as well, to attack civilian infrastructure.
That's why it's extremely dangerous, and we call on the public not to get close to these impacts.
We get almost no coverage on that. We get almost no coverage on the school that was bombed.
From what we understand from the
But
initial assessment,
we're just getting flooded with this because Iran bombed some apartment building or something.
That sprayed over several kilometers. As you know, we're talking about various different sites that have property damage. This is the only site at this time that we know of where we have any injured, let alone 2 casualties. At this time, we're talking about just this scene where we have the 2 fatalities. It's an
Another thing that mainstream media hasn't been talking about very much is how effective Iran has been at taking out early warning systems.
But of course, this is a developing situation. We can still be getting reports in of other sites that have not been.
Back during the 12-day war, Israel was getting alerts like hours before bombs would hit, because Iran was launching like drones and slow-moving rockets that would take hours to go from Iran to Israel. And they could detect them like shortly after they launched. So they were giving people heads up hours before stuff was hitting.
Can you just tell us what's happening here tonight?
My name is
But now what we're seeing
we're here in site.
is Iran is using ballistic missiles, which are not taking hours to get there. They're getting there in I don't know how long, 15, 20, 30 minutes.
Treated 2 people who got killed,
And
people who got injured, and many people who were in shock.
the rocket alerts, they still call them rockets in Israel, the missiles, so the rocket alerts in Israel, they're only getting like 30-second warning, maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes at most warning on these incoming missiles.
So the police said that this was a
And it's, from what I understand, it's because Iran has taken out a lot of the radar stations that help to detect these missile launches.
Spread out over several kilometers. Again, multiple scenes with damage.
But the mainstream media narrative
They say it was a cluster missile that
is making it seem like Iran is completely ineffective, and we basically already won the war.
over several kilometers.
But that does not seem to be what's going on. And the United States has also been pushing this narrative that Iran is trying to negotiate a ceasefire. Like they're pushing for a ceasefire. And Iran has come out and said that they're not willing, not only have they not requested a ceasefire, they are not willing to have a ceasefire until, I forget what they said, until they have secured an effective deterrence or something like that. I forget their exact wording on it, but they're not willing to have a ceasefire until they have an effective deterrence for future aggression. Which I mean, like that. What that translates to me, what I understand that to mean, is that now they are actively pursuing a nuclear weapon, and they are not going to end this war until they finish developing a nuclear weapon. That's a deterrence for future aggression. So, I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like they're saying that they're not going to end this war until they have a nuclear weapon, so that they don't have to worry about being attacked again in the future. And they have allies. Russia and China could easily. I think North Korea might also be an ally of Iran. Iran is allies with several nuclear powers. They could easily get nuclear weapons. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. True. 45 miles until we call it a day.
So what happened basically is that everyone was in the safe space, the Mamad, and suddenly we heard like a streak of booms, like it was not just one, it was the splitting missile. So like the word Mamad, we were shoot. Anything else to add? So when I arrived quite early. I arrived quite early to the scene. Hi again. So when we arrived, like there was no the perimeter, they didn't set it up yet. So everything was quite early. Other than that, quite destruction. There's two people who were killed by the missile.
Temperature is my temperature gauge is reading 53 degrees. So we've gotten down out of the cold area. Hopefully it's cool enough tonight that I don't have to idle the truck for air conditioning. It would also be nice if it was cold enough that I could keep the windows rolled up, because the windows make a huge difference in noise.
Kuwait posted again 5 minutes ago that they are. Kuwait says they are currently engaged intercepting hostile missiles and drones that reached the country's airspace. You heard that witness right there say that. You hear the witness said right there that the missiles split up multiple parts. Again, this was a cluster missile attack. Multiple.
Right lane closed ahead. I haven't had anybody behind me for a long time, and as soon as we get to a lane closure, I got some four-wheeler that just comes out of nowhere passing me.
Thank you, Stephen Fish. Thank you, Stephen, I'll check for alerts. I don't have any on the screen right now. There might have been a rocket alert about 12 minutes ago. I believe that was a rocket alert, not like a missile from the wrong alert. But I'll keep an eye on that.
What a jackass.
And, yeah, I don't really have
this person flies by me right before we go single lane, and then as soon as it goes single lane, they slam on their brakes in front of me when I can't pass them.
Thank you to Cosmic Brownies and also Johnny Knack, thank you, and Frosted X Flame. It says, we are involved with a fight that has been going on for centuries. We have no business in this war.
So he just read a comment
Also, quick thanks to
from one of his viewers
CC on Twitch and Errol Games and
that said that this is a conflict that's been going on for centuries, and the United States has
Big Dog Gaming
no place in this war.
Artsu.
I feel the same way. I don't think we have any place in this war. Iran is not a good country. They're not our ally, but they don't pose any significant threat to the United States. They are a significant threat to Israel, and the only reason we're involved in this war is to help Israel. We shouldn't be going to war for other countries. We shouldn't be sacrificing our kids that are joining our military to support our country
Police reported ahead.
to help Israel fight their enemies.
I also saw reports claiming there might have been another attack on the area around the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. Several. I'm not sure. It seems. Baytux News Agency. Baytux News said it's a supposed video of a drone hit on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, which has been hit multiple times by attack of that combat. So I posted a link to it in the chat. See. Oh, yes. Hey, guys, hold on a second. AFP now says, AFP reports a drone attack targeted the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad early Wednesday. A security source tells AFP. A security official told AFP that a drone directly hit the embassy, but did not specify there was anything.
We're getting there, 38 miles to go. 7:13 p.m.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. We have some cleaning operation going on. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Wow.
There are police reported ahead.
There must be a cop driving in front of me because Google keeps popping up with police reported ahead. right. Cops got somebody pulled over. There's a trailer on the side road laying over on its side. Blown over by the wind, it looked like. I always thought it was illegal for people to report the position of law enforcement. I don't know how Google's getting away with having that feature on Google Maps. Maybe that was just like misinformation when I was a kid or when I was younger, of people saying that you're not allowed to report. Like, that's the reason truck drivers would use, that was what it was explained to me, is the reason truck drivers use, terms like, a bear or a super trooper and stuff like that. That's the reason all those terms exist, is so that they could talk over the radio and give away law enforcement location without getting in trouble. We got a Smoky Bear, over here. There's a way of calling them something other than what they are, but people knew what you were talking about. And now Google is just blatantly letting you just report police. Yeah, there's a cop sitting here. Excuse me. My throat just dried out. It's making me want to cough.
All right, so trying to bring you the latest updates here. Again, 2 people were killed.
Let me get a drink soda.
Missile strike. Israel believes it was a cluster missile, which ends up having multiple sub-munitions inside, which spread out over an area. The sub-munitions spread out over several kilometers. One of the sub-munitions hit an apartment building where 2 couple in their 70s had not gone to their safe room and it exploded and killed the couple. Also reports of multiple sites were damaged. Again, sub-munitions from a cluster missile spread out over several kilometers.
Well, we're going with the same dinner I had last night. Last night it sucked. We're going to try doing a little bit different tonight. Chicken, barbecue beans, and potato salad. I'll try warming it up differently or doing something. Hopefully it'll taste a little bit better. Maybe add some salt and pepper to it or something.
So again, with the cluster missile, it opens up before landing and it spreads submunitions out over an area. And one of these submunitions hit this apartment, killed the people.
Oh my God, this guy is sitting here still preaching about these cluster munitions. That he's trying to redefine a MIRV as a cluster bomb.
Thank you, Haroon AQ.
He's sitting there preaching to his audience. He's like, so what a cluster munition is it's a missile that opens up and lets out a whole bunch of other bombs that spread out over an area. That's what a cluster bomb is.
Helping the U.S. with drone defense. I'll talk about that in a second.
That's multiple independent reentry vehicle. That's not a cluster bomb. It's a MIRV.
English, here we go.
Shelter, the public bomb shelter. So we went out, so I saw the dust. I saw the dust. So much dust coming from
24/7 travel store. McDonald's order here in 27 miles. That's the place where I plan on stopping is 24/7 travel store. There's a McDonald's right next door to it. Since it is not part of the truck stop, it's a separate building. They might have normal prices. What I'm going to do is I'm going to check the McDonald's app and see if they have any decent deals. I might actually eat McDonald's tonight. McDonald's, whenever they jacked up their prices really high, you could still get normal prices on their app with their deals. And you could do that for a while, like a year or so. And then the deals on their app went to crap. So the last few times I've looked at their app and I was going to order something, see if I could, get decent prices for food, the deals, like you used to be able to get like 2-for-1 double cheeseburger. And that meant you could get like 2 double cheeseburgers for around $5. $4 to $5. Like charging like $5 for a double cheeseburger is crazy. That's way too expensive. But to get like 2 for that price, where you're only paying like $2.50 or $2 for a double cheeseburger, that brings it down to what I would consider to be like a normal price. But they got rid of those deals. Now it's like buy one, get one, $1 off or something like that.
That have sought its expertise as they defend against Iranian kamikaze drones after he sent specialists to the region. Zelensky said 3 teams were sent to the Middle East to conduct expert assessments and demonstrate how drone defense should operate. He said teams were sent to Qatar, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia, as well as a U.S. military base in Europe. He said more fundamental long-term drone deals can be negotiated with Gulf countries, and what Ukraine will get in return for the assistance still needs to be discussed. He said, for us today, both the technology and the funding are important. Zelensky has said that the U.S. as well as countries from Europe, the Middle East, and Africa have sought help from Ukraine on how to counter the drone attack. President Trump said the U.S. does not need Ukraine's help with downing drones. Zelensky said he did not know why Washington had not signed a major drone deal, which Kyiv has pushed for months, and he was unsure whether it would be agreed to at all.
He's talking about Zelensky and some drone deal. Is Ukraine actually trying to sell us drones? Like, we're giving them like hundreds of billions of dollars in
I wanted to mention
military equipment, and they're trying to sell us drones?
Find it so hard to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And one thing they mentioned in the article, it says, why is the strait so hard to secure? Shipping lanes are just 2 nautical miles wide and must make a turn opposite Iranian islands and mountainous coast that provides cover for Iranian forces, according to shipping broker SSY Global. Iran's conventional navy has largely been destroyed, but the guards still have plenty of options, including fast attack craft, mini submarines, mines, and even jet skis packed with explosives, said Tom Sharp, a retired Royal Navy commander. Tehran has the capacity to produce 10,000 drones a month, according to the Center for Information Resilience. Escorting 3 or 4 ships a day through the strait would be feasible in the short term, using 7 or 8 destroyers providing air cover, and would depend on whether the risk from any submarines has been reduced, but doing so sustainably for months would require more resources, Sharp said. Even if Iran's capacity to deploy ballistic missiles, drones, and floating mines were destroyed, ships would still face a threat from suicide operations, said the director of the European Institute of Military Studies. If the war does continue for weeks, some kind of escort will come together.
Right now, he's reading an article by some dumbass talking about how we could open up the Strait of Hormuz by putting like 7 or 8 destroyers in the Persian Gulf to intercept all of the missiles. That is retarded.
Shipping.
Iran has the capability of overwhelming our air defenses.
Shipping lanes in the Strait of Hormuz are just 2 nautical miles.
That's the reason we don't have any Navy vessels within range of Iranian missiles, is because we cannot defend ourselves against them. If we put 7 or 8 destroyers in the Persian Gulf, Iran would sink them. Just because they have air defenses doesn't mean they're invulnerable to missiles. Iran can overwhelm our air defenses. They can send in hundreds of missiles on a single target.
Here is the big I think both of the Israel streams at Ramat Gan will put up Beirut and Tel Aviv for now.
And where does Israel's air defense come from? It's made in the USA. They're using US air defense. And that air defense is completely useless against those MIRV ballistic missiles that Iran is launching. So if we stuck a whole bunch of ships into the Strait of Hormuz and Iran launched a dozen of those MIRV ballistic missiles at them,
The other camera is better.
what would happen?
Let me get that. Give me a moment to get the other data.
But the person that wrote that article is making it sound like they know what they're talking about, and that we could easily open up the strait by just putting some destroyers that have air defense on them in the Strait of Hormuz. We could just easily open it up. We do not have the massive military advantage over other countries that most Americans think we have.
The New York Times reported, by the way, talking about Zelensky and Ukraine, the New York Times reported that Ukraine has sent interceptor drones and a team of drone experts to protect U.S. military bases in Jordan. That's Zelensky told the New York Times.
I think our one massive advantage that we have over other countries is mainly just with our wonder weapons that are not very realistic for use in normal warfare. Our wonder weapons would be like our, what is it, our B-2, that massive stealth bomber that costs like billions of dollars for a single one. We don't have very many of those. They're really awesome, but they're not realistic in a large-scale war. They're a wonder weapon. They're incredibly expensive to make, very difficult to make. We don't have hardly any of them.
One moment.
They're nearly impossible to replace them. Our F-22 Raptors, another wonder weapon that we have hardly any of. Greatest air superiority fighter ever made. Irreplaceable.
I want to thank our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators.
Our nuclear submarines, probably the greatest military weapon ever made, are our nuclear submarines. They're a wonder weapon.
Thanks to Ruth, who is moderating right now.
Not very useful in a normal war. We don't have very many of them. They're irreplaceable.
Which moderators? Dashboard, they call up here.
They mainly just exist as deterrents. Right now, we're finding out how useful our normal military weapons are in a normal war.
Really appreciate what I might do. I haven't.
Oh, we're going right into the sun. We can't defeat Iran. How sad is that? If our military was as amazing as most Americans thought it was, we would just roll over Iran easily.
And look, I don't know,
we would intercept every missile coming out of Iran.
We saw a missile attack from Iran in multiple places in Israel. People killed.
But we don't have that massive advantage over Iran.
Fatal missile strikes in Israel or not? I don't know. I remember last year, as things went along, the 12-day war with Iran started varying their missile firing strategy. And towards the end, there were several instances where people were killed with strikes. So, I'm not a missile expert. I don't know the strategy that's going on, so I can't say whether.
Oh my God, this
strike.
Israeli propagandist, this agenda-free TV, who claims to be neutral, is now starting to spread a rumor that Iran's strategy is to kill civilians. He said that they did this at the end of the 12-day war. That's not what happened at the end of the 12-day war. Iran launched a lot of their cheap missiles, rockets, and stuff like that to deplete air defense systems. And then, after they did that, they started launching their good stuff and started just bombing the hell out of Israel. And what Israel was reporting was the missiles that were hitting civilian areas. And Israel's out there, oh, they're bombing civilians. They're bombing residential neighborhoods. They're doing the same crap they're doing right now today with these articles. And so he's saying that at the end of the 12-day war, Iran started bombing civilians. They changed their strategy and started just killing civilians. And he says that that seems to be what they're doing now, is they've changed their strategy from attacking military targets to now they're just bombing civilians. Could they be bombing civilians? Absolutely. They're evil people. Israel's also evil. And I don't trust anything that either one of them says. Right now, Israel is releasing, Israel has extreme censorship over everything that's being all of the video footage coming out of Israel is basically pre-approved by Israel. So they're allowing this stuff to come out, and they're creating a narrative around it that Iran is killing civilians and they're using cluster munitions, and that's a war crime. That's the narrative that they're trying to create. Is that the truth? Doubtful. Most likely there's some type of military target that Iran was shooting at, and some of the missiles just landed in residential neighborhoods.
I just saw something.
Maybe there was an interceptor in that neighborhood that they were trying to knock out. Who knows? We're not going to get the truth out of Israel. Israel's going to paint a picture that they want painted.
The Houthis just put out a statement, according to, a few minutes ago, according to Iranian state media.
The Houthis just put out a statement, supposedly a couple of minutes ago. The Houthis are the militia, the Iran-backed militia in Yemen. Oh, wow. I remember that little truck stop right there. I've stopped there before. There was not a single truck parked in the truck parking area there. Oh, man. If I would have remembered that, I would have parked there. I think I bought milk last time I was there.
Yes, I have a statement from the spokesperson for the Houthis, which says that the Houthis were the two great martyrs who were killed by Israel last time. Ali Larijani, and also the head of the siege, Gholam Reza Soleimani. They say, for this pure, these great sacrifices cannot weaken the Islamic Republic or will their diminished power. Rather, they will add to its power and firmness and determination and steadfastness in the path of jihad and resistance to the of the nation and disbelief and arrogance. For this pure blood will unleash a flood, sweeps away the aggressors, until the promised victory is achieved over the Americans and Israelis, who have committed every crime and abomination against the Islamic nation, Gaza to Iran, Lebanon, Iraq, and Syria, and other countries, says the Houthis, and peoples of the nation. Crimes that bring shame to the brow of humanity and flagrant violations of international norms and laws and humanitarian principles.
So the Houthi statement is a big, long-winded load of crap talking about how the United States and Israel are war criminals, and 5.8 miles until my exit, and that
now I don't know if we're going to see the Houthis.
The losses of their martyrs is not going to stop them, and it's just going to strengthen their resolve, and all kinds of blah, 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 hoopla crap.
By the way, thank you to
the big concern with the Houthis in Yemen is blocking the Strait of Bab al-Mandab, or whatever it's called. That is the narrow little passage that goes into the Red Sea, which goes into the Suez Canal. It's a very critical choke point in the global supply chain, just like the Strait of Hormuz is in the global supply chain for oil or petroleum products in general. The Strait of Bab el-Mandab off the coast of Yemen is also another critical choke point. If they shut off both of those choke points, I mean, just them shutting off the Strait of Hormuz is massive. But if they also shut off the Strait of Bab el-Mandab, or whatever it is, that'll be much worse. The Strait of Bab el-Mandab, I don't think blocking that will be quite as bad as the Strait of Hormuz, but it's up there. It's close. Having both of those straits blocked for a long period of time would be catastrophic to the global supply chain. There was a rest area sign back there. Let's see what this is. Parking area 1 mile. Next rest area 55 miles. What is this parking area? What does it look like? St. Patty's Day, plan a sober ride. So, is it St. Patrick's Day?
I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
It looks like shoulder parking. All of these rest areas I passed have been shoulder parking. I really hate shoulder parking. There's a Landstar park there.
In 2 miles, take exit 184 for US 281, US 40 toward Russell, Hoisington.
Almost done. 2 miles left. It is hot in here. You know what I need to do? Let's crack the window a little bit and get it to cool off in here before I get stopped, because it's showing that it's 61 degrees outside. Is it really that warm outside? Russell, home of Bob Dole, U.S. Senator. He was a presidential candidate a couple of times, I think.
In half a mile, take exit 184 for US 281, US 40 toward Russell, Hoisington.
I wonder if he's still alive. And he was old. Back last time I remember him running for president, he was old. And that was a long time ago. All right, I see a bunch of trucks parked at the...
184.
Oh, let's turn the volume down on Google. She's getting lippy. All right, so... Ooh. I like those parking spots. You see those parking spots right there? They're basically straight back. I like that.
At the next stop sign, turn right.
I'm going to try to get one of those
At the
spots.
stop sign, turn right onto I-70 Business Loop, US 281 North. Then after 24/7 Travel Store, you'll turn right.
And We are clear. Russell, city limit.
After 24/7 travel store, turn right onto South Front Street. Then immediately turn right to stay on South Front Street. Turn right to stay on South Front Street. Then you'll take your first left into the
What we got going on here? Is this an escort vehicle? Professional pilot car services. Yep, escort vehicle. All right, let's remove the seat belt. It's like a maneuver around. And let's see what parking spot options we got. Looks like all these spots are pretty easy to get into. I'm going to go down here. That oversize is taking up a couple spots. This is probably the side that I shouldn't park on because these spots over here are set up for like a blind side back. But we're gonna just risk it. Hopefully we don't get some idiot trying to park next to us that hits us. Alright. We're backed in. Let's go to on-duty post-trip inspection.
Thank you for your patience.
The spots on either side of me are almost straight backs.
Thank you, Water Girl NYC. I appreciate that. Honeybee.
So,
thank you so much. Also, Bad Doge for the memberships. Thanks so much, Bad Doge.
hopefully I don't have any issues. And when I leave, all I need to do is just go straight, hop onto that one-way road, and take it around out of here. This is an easy out.
I have not heard about Canada supplying the Iranians with weapons.
All right, so instead of sitting here ranting for another 5 or 10 minutes, wasting my off-duty time, I'm going to go ahead and end the video and try to record tomorrow. I'm going to try to record everything throughout this whole trip, the whole drive shifts on everything. Hopefully none of the videos get corrupted or anything. But all right, have a good one. Bye.